Good morning, everyone. My hair's not even dry yet. Got clips in it. I'm Megan Fox with pjmedia.com, and I'm jumping on here because I'm watching this trial. So I figured maybe you want to watch it with me. So if you do, just jump on in here and we're going to get started. I may turn off my camera and actually get some work done, but I thought I would stream this for a while and discuss. Right now, we have been watching the deposition of the police officer that came to Amber Heard's and Johnny Depp's penthouse for a call, but didn't see any signs of abuse, didn't see any signs of injury. And Heard's lawyer just spent 30 minutes asking this guy if he saw any signs of injury. And the answer was no, like a million times. Now it's Depp's lawyers. So I will turn the volume back on and let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Now, there was another woman that was present as well, correct? That night?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Ms. Heard when my partner was speaking with her, I believe. I had never spoke to her.
Did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Heard?
No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
Did you ask her?
I personally did not.
Looking like olive oil today.
Then when you downloaded with your partner later, did you ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that you testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit?
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Why I did not is because we were trained in the academy to separate the parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females and my partner was female. So therefore, my partner spoke with the females.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Science to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
I know my partner spoke with Ms. Heard. I am unaware. I cannot testify if she spoke with the other female.
When you said you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard, the woman that was embracing her?
I am unaware.
Okay. Now, the redness that you said was on Ms. Heard's face when she was crying and emotional, could it also have been consistent with injury?
I do not think so. I perceived it as redness from crying.
Did you consider whether the redness on the face might be from something in addition to crying?
No, I did not.
Two officers have now testified that she was not injured.
Never even seen her.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard's, what her characteristics are for swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to look at what has been marked as Haddon Exhibit number 8, and it's from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's dated November 24, 2014, and the subject is domestic violence supplemental report, form 15.40.02.
God, she keeps just asking the same questions over and over again.
I do.
This was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document.
And none of this sounds good for Amber.
Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, so we filled out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number.
She keeps trying to make a big deal about the fact that they listed Amber as a victim, but that's what happens when you call the cops. Somebody gets marked down as a victim. That doesn't mean they are.
What observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make of whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry, are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure you were.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
Okay, but Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
She did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband, correct?
I don't know, because I didn't talk to her.
I agree with you, Linda.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not, and she was not, then she said she did not want to?
Yes, that's what she had spoken with my partner about.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form 18.30.02. And it has the date. This is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Sines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
No.
Did you or Officer Sines ensure
It wasn't
all
a
the
big
evidence was
deal.
gathered
They
and
forgot about it
preserved,
after 5 minutes after they
including
left.
the damaged property?
I said no, and all these things would have been documented if there was a report.
Ooh.
All right, let's go to the next.
He's getting
bullet
annoyed.
point. It says ensure photographs.
He
are
wasn't
taken
required to
of
make a report.
injuries or
There was no injury,
lack
no
of
evidence of
injury
anything.
to complainant and accused, both the day of and day after.
I love this
Did you
guy.
take
He's funny.
any photographs to show a lack of injury?
No,
Did you take photographs to
Did you
show a
take
lack
any
of injury?
photos to show a lack of damage?
Why would you do that?
no,
All right.
Why would anyone do that?
And then
I'm going to
this
take
next one
photographs
is
to
ensure
document
photographs
a
are
lack
taken
of
the
damage.
scene and damaged
What?
property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass
Christ.
location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
Now, there were 2 females present in addition to Ms. Hurd, were there not?
Yes. Including her, I believe there's 2.
You don't recall the 3rd woman there?
No, I don't recall a third one being there.
They barely remember
Did
anything
you
about this
ask
call.
if there was anybody else that was present? who
Happened
had
5 years
witnessed any
ago,
aspect
and
of
nothing happened.
this?
I don't recall exactly, but
Imagine how many other
Let's
cases
go
this guy's
to
working on
Exhibit number 11.
that are actually important.
So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
dispute, a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue with my wife.
So you decided that there was only a verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
Right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Your next witness is by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out, or are you
I
ready
hate
to?
these deposition or tape deposition
We're-
testimonies. He's wearing a mask, Lee, because it was
By the way, I think that's right.
2019.
Okay,
or
well, we go
sorry,
ahead and it's early,
2021,
but let's go ahead and take a
when that
morning
deposition
recess
was
for 15
taken, and it
minutes so we
was,
can
you know,
take care
part
of
of
that and get us
LA
set up for the
code or
next
law at the
deposition,
time.
okay? So don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, all right?
All right, so they're taking a break. These depositions that are taped are absolutely asinine. It's hard to watch. They're very hard to watch because, for one, the volume is always too low. And Amber looks interesting today. She looks like olive oil. She got her olive oil hairstyle going on. Every single day of trial, she's had a different hairstyle. People keep asking me what I think about her and her hairstyle or clothing, but I can't see past the ugliness of her insides. So I can't give you an unbiased opinion of how she looks, because every time I see her, I see the face of a monster.
Okay, and how long is this deposition?
So no matter how much she's done up,
I believe it's around 35
I
minutes.
see the same
Okay,
thing.
so we'll be able to start the next one right after.
Dead eyes,
So why don't we go ahead and get the
cruel
exhibits for the
demeanor.
next one after that as well, and I'll come back at 11:20 and we can do both of them, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Coming back in 20 minutes. Okay, so they're going to be out for the next 20 minutes. Let's take down the volume on this. Johnny looks pretty dapper today. Nice looking tie. Amber looks like I said, she's got this olive oil hairstyle going on. So that's funny, Lee. Yes, I actually have not talked about that aspect of this trial yet. That she has been accused of taking a literal shit in Johnny's bed. I haven't heard anybody say this yet. I might be the only person thinking it, but I happen to be a true crime fan, and this is so interesting because in many cases of psychos who are caught doing sexual violence, stuff like that, rapists, serial killers, will actually defecate at the scene of the crime. This is something that psychopaths do. I'm not saying that Amber is a psychopath or sociopath, although she seems to have some of those characteristics. But she's been formally diagnosed with a couple of different personality disorders, including uh, borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. And but I thought it was pretty interesting that in some of these crime shows that I have seen with serial killers and other psychopaths, they leave excrement at the scene of the crime. In fact, I had a friend who lived in California, and she was stalked by a serial rapist. And one of his calling cards was to break into the woman's house ahead of his planned attack and to shit on the bed. And it was a power play. It's about power. It's not about revenge. It's about power and about marking territory. It's very animalistic behavior. So when I heard that Amber had been, I'm going to clean the camera real quick. This is looking there. That's better. When I heard that Amber was accused of doing that, I thought, well, that tracks. That tracks with her other behavior, which is extremely manipulative, controlling, um, terrible. Terrible. So to catch up on what's happened today, because I have not been live streaming this whole thing, what's happened today so far is that the second police officer was interviewed by the defense, who came to Amber Heard's penthouse with Johnny Depp 5 years ago and was called there for some alleged domestic dispute and saw nothing and wrote no report because Amber wasn't cooperative, didn't want to talk. I'm not even sure though how what they didn't establish, at least that I didn't hear, was who called. I don't know who called, who made the phone call. But anyway, they kept on asking these officers. I'm so pale today. I need to change my lighting. The blue lighting's not working. Very pale. I need some like warmer light. I'm still recovering from being sick. That's why. But I was confused as to why the defense kept asking the police officer the same question over and over again, and allowing him to say, "No, I saw no injury." She asked that same question a million different ways. It's just outrageous. Um, it seemed like she was working for Johnny's team. Why would you ask a police officer over and over again, "Did you see any injury on Miss Heard?" and let him say, "No, no, I didn't. There was nothing." Um, so Helen is corroborating my definition of the psychopath thing, or with the defecation. Yes, there are lots of examples. I mean, if you watch true crime, there are many like serial killers and other criminals who leave their mark at the scene of the crime, perhaps as they're stalking. It's like stalkers do it. My friend that it happened to, she actually moved after that. She was so terrified. Imagine coming home and finding human shit on your bed and knowing that in the neighborhood there's a rapist stalking women. And that's what he had been doing, was leaving excrement at the scene of his intended crime. That really highly disturbed me. I mean, everybody is joking about it, about me poo, which is funny. However, it's also very disturbing. I think it shows a very disturbed mind, and I think Amber needs serious psychological help. I'm concerned, much like his island manager was yesterday. I'm concerned that Johnny is in danger from this woman and would certainly still be in danger if he were with her today. And yes, it's very creepy, Brad. I agree. Very creepy. I need to share this link out on Twitter. See if we can get some more people in here. Because, I have been watching this trial. And let me just get this up real quick. Streaming Johnny Depp trial. If you are not following me on Twitter, I'm at Megan Fox Writer. Um, and let's see. My DMs are open and you can find me there easily. So yeah, I have been doing nothing but watching this trial, so I just figured why not invite you guys in here to come and watch it with me. Mary, hi Mary, good to see you. Mary says, I can't imagine what would bring a person to do that. Uh, yeah, it's one of the things that you have to ask, like, what? What? How does that happen? And I think that it's a deep psychological issue. Um, Udona says leaving shit can also be a sign of extreme alcohol intoxication. I have never been that drunk ever, where that would be a possibility. Like never, never. So I'm not sure about that. Although I can imagine people do weird things when they are drunk. I've got clips in my hair still because my hair is not dry yet. My hair is still. I was in the middle of diffusing it when I decided to pop on here because I'm watching this and I just couldn't believe that the plaintiffs. I'm sorry, the defense counsel was allowing these officers to continue to say, I saw no injury. I saw no injury. No, there was no injury. She was just crying. Her face was red. This reminds me, by the way, of okay, my daughter. So my 12-year-old has very sensitive skin. And whenever she even if she's not crying, if she gets upset, her eyebrows turn bright red. All the skin around her eyebrows like this go bright red. I mean, it's so cute, but also so sad for her because she can't control how her face looks. And so if she's upset and her eyebrows turn red, like the whole world can see it. I have the same problem here. I'll get like a breakout of hives here when I get upset or anxious. So everything turns red. So just because you have a red face does not mean that you've suffered any injury. There are plenty of reasons why our skin, especially us pale people, will turn red or pink in some instances. She kept showing the picture of Amber to the police officers over and over again, saying, "You don't see an injury here?" And oh, no, she was crying. Her face was red. She was crying. Why would a lawyer ask an officer, "Did you take a picture to document that there was no injury?" Who does that? Who does that? Who's like, "Okay, up against this wall here so I can take a picture of nothing." That's not happening. That's so insane. That's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. So anyway, they will be back in 20 minutes. I am definitely I'm not going to do this every day, but I just figured I was watching it now, so why not let you guys watch with me if you wanted to. I am definitely though going to be live streaming when Amber Heard takes the stand, if she takes the stand. This is a 6-week trial. Can you believe this trial is so long? Was Rittenhouse's trial even this long? I don't know. I watched that one too, but it didn't feel like it was this long. So we have 3 more weeks to go of daily 8-hour testimony. So that's not something I'm going to be doing every day. You can certainly watch a lot of LawTube on this because there's tons of streams doing that. Should we check in on Ricada? See what they're doing? That would be weird to live stream a live stream. But no, the Ricada Law Tube is a fun one. And, so let's recap what happened today. They had the one officer yesterday, they had the female officer who came on and testified to the exact same thing that the male officer testified to today, which is, I didn't see nothing. Didn't see nothing. Don't even remember this call. That's the other thing. These LA officers, these are LAPD. They have so much going on. They're answering so many calls, real violence, shootings, etc. And they are not going to remember details about a call they made 5 years ago where nobody was charged with anything and no reports were written. And yet they're trying to turn these police officers into the bad guys. And I don't think that's going to play well with the jury. I think it's very believable that they didn't see anything because nothing happened. Brad says, I do legal case extraction and have read through thousands of cases. It's hard to surprise me. When I watched the trial and heard the excrement aspect of the case, I almost gasped. I heard once where a guy put horse crap under his girlfriend's car seat, but crap in someone's bed? Never. Yeah, it is very rare. It's very rare, but it does happen, and it has happened in some pretty high profile, like serial killer or murder cases or rape cases. I was just saying I knew of one in California where a serial rapist had been stalking women and leaving excrement in their homes before he attacked. How terrifying. I mean, it is a terrifying thing, and I think it really is a mental break of some kind. This is a good moment to, remind you that's not that I have written a book that is very, germane to the conversation. This book is called Believe Evidence with women scratched out and evidence written in. The Death of Due Process from Salome to hashtag Me Too. This book you can buy on Amazon, and it is about the history of stories where women have told lies in courts to have men ruined, destroyed, put into there are stories in here about men being put into prison for 20 years over false allegations. There are stories that go all the way back to the Bible with Salome. She's the one on the cover, the beautiful painting of Salome holding John the Baptist's head, because John the Baptist was murdered wrongly because Salome's mother didn't want to be called out in public for her uh, affair that she was having with King Herod. So, women do lie, and we are now seeing evidence of this on trial that has to do with the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement has been completely destroyed by these women who are not interested in truth, but are interested in self-promotion. Now might be a good time, if I can pull it up, to share it with you what I was going to share about more things that Amber Heard benefited from. It was in Variety. Amber Heard. Yes. Aha. Let's go to this Variety article. Can you see this? Did it come up on the screen? Now I have to go back and see. No, it didn't come up. Here we go. All right. Evidence that Amber Heard has benefited from the Me Too movement. Amber Heard reads letter about Johnny Depp abuse allegations at Me Too anniversary event. Oh, shoot. I just realized I haven't turned on the volume. And if I don't do that, then we won't be able to hear her read this. Now, I have made the argument that against what the defense counsel tried to argue in court, which was, do you know of any women who have ever benefited from coming forward with allegations of domestic abuse? And I wish that Johnny had said, yeah, my ex-wife. Because here's another example, and I think this is number 2 or 3. First, she got the L'Oreal contract to be the spokesperson for L'Oreal and their Me Too movement. And now, let's read this, shall we? This was written in October 10, 2018. On a night when women across Hollywood came together to commemorate a year since the Me Too movement shook the entertainment industry, Amber Heard shared an open letter from some of the most painful and difficult times in my life. At the Incredible Women Gala, so she got an invite to speak at the Incredible Women Gala hosted by Porter Magazine on Tuesday night. Very glamorous. Heard read aloud from an open letter she had written for publication in December of 2016, shortly after filing for divorce from ex-husband Johnny Depp. Heard alleged that the actor had physically and emotionally abused her, which Depp denied. She donated her entire divorce settlement to domestic violence and children's charities. By the way, that is disputed. Johnny's attorneys say that she did not donate that $7 million, and they have asked for not disclosure. What's the word where you have to turn over all the documents? I'm blanking. What's the word, folks in the chat room? Discovery. In discovery, they asked for the proof that she turned all this money over to this charity, and they've given no documents, no responsive documents so far. So that is up in the air. We do not know if she donated her entire divorce settlement to domestic violence and children's charities. Going to the chat room. Thank you, Ashley. Ashley says that I have this all wrong. I know that there are a lot of you out there who are victims of domestic violence, and you feel very connected to Amber on some level. But I I think that you should understand that men can be abused as well. The only evidence we've seen in this trial so far is that Johnny Depp has been an abused spouse. Was he a perfect husband? No. Does he have a drug problem? Yes. Does he have a drinking problem? Yes. He's been very open about all those things. Um, but that does not mean that he is an abuser. And so far, all we've seen is evidence of major injury to Johnny Depp by Amber Heard with corroborating witness testimony and corroborating police statements that Amber Heard had no injuries. So Johnny lost a finger. Johnny had damage done to his forehead here with a mineral spirits bottle with corroborating witnesses. So, so far, the evidence is not looking so good for Amber. Let's go back to the article, shall we? All right. Before reading the letter, she told the crowd that she wrote it to her silent sisters, because at the time my voice was alone. It was one that certainly felt alone, and Porter Magazine ran this open letter when it was perhaps most difficult, and for that reason I feel honored to be here sharing this space with so many brave, powerful women, and I just wanted to take a moment to say how much I appreciate it. Also crazy how relevant those words are today, 2.5 years later. All right, let's just listen to her read this, shall we? And by the way, she's going to put her shoes on top of the podium, which is a bizarre thing that Minnie Driver did when she came out. She complained that her feet were tired and she took her shoes off and placed them on the podium. And then after that, every woman who got up to speak did the same thing in a show of solidarity. But Amber has a hard time getting her shoes to stay there. It's funny.
Also, after hearing amazing performances and amazing people in this room today speak, someone told me also I'd have to not wear eyeliner. So what a great choice for me. I'm smeared eyeliner and shoeless, so it is not just another Tuesday night for me. And they do not want to cooperate. Well, sounds a lot like
The shoes. She's trying to get the shoes to stay there.
Just to give you some context, I wrote this letter myself. It was an open letter to my silent sisters. I wrote this about over 2 years ago when I was going through some of the most painful and difficult times in my life.
I don't deny that she was going through the most painful and difficult times of her life. What I do question is who brought it on, who was responsible for it, and I think it was her. I think she was responsible for the most painful and difficult times in her life, and she decided to turn around and profit off of it by claiming it was her husband's fault, her very famous husband, much more famous than her, to give her an elevated status, to increase her career, her opportunities. Johnny testified that she was extremely ambitious and that it didn't sit well with him. She was always asking him, how do I get taken more seriously? Well, how do you get taken more seriously in Hollywood right now? Attach yourself to the MeToo movement, become a victim, and look at her now, standing up there probably being paid to give this speech.
At the time, my voice was alone. It was one that certainly felt alone. And Porter Magazine ran this open letter when it was perhaps most difficult to do so. For that reason, I feel deeply honored to be here sharing a space with so many brave, powerful women. And I just wanted to take a moment to say how much I
Oh, clap, clap. So brave, stunning and brave.
also crazy how relevant these words are today, 2.5 years later. To my silent sisters, you are not alone. Many of you have suffered alone behind closed doors, but you are not alone. You need to know that. I want to remind you of your strength. It's a strength that is multiplied by the countless number of women who stand silently behind you. This is a truth that allowed me to break down the doors I once found myself behind.
What doors are those? Is she talking about the doors of her career, perhaps? She was finally able to break down those doors and break out into a career that she couldn't have before she came out as a victim.
So let's start with the truth, the cold, hard truth. When a woman comes forward to speak.
Okay. We're going to go to the next one. Let's see. Also, remember what the doctor said yesterday, Dr. Mommy? They're calling her Dr. Mommy. That super hot lady who was doing the testimony, the witness expert testimony, who diagnosed Amber, spent over 14 hours with her, diagnosing her, looking at all her medical records, etc. She's a forensic psychologist who does not appear to be a crook, unlike the other forensic psychologists that I have investigated. Keep in mind that she diagnosed Amber with histrionic personality disorder. This personality disorder is one where the person is constantly seeking attention, very highly dramatic. And the way that she talks, I think, is interesting. Oh, it looks like they're coming back to court. So hold on, I'm going to pull court back up. We'll continue with this. Oh, stop sharing. We'll continue with this when court goes on a break. They're conferring with the judge. But histrionic personality disorder has some interesting characteristics to it, which I think we've seen through the audio recordings that we have of Amber Heard. Highly dramatic. Here, I'm going to look up a... Defined by the American Psychiatric Association as a personality disorder characterized by a pattern of excessive, attention-seeking behaviors, usually beginning in early childhood, including inappropriate seduction and excessive desire for approval. Also, a person with histrionic personality disorder seeks attention, talks dramatically with strong opinions, is easily influenced, has rapidly changing emotions, and thinks relationships are closer than they are. And again, I have immense empathy for anyone with these disorders. We're not judging. I'm not judging her on this. If she has these personality disorders as diagnosed, that's a sad thing, and that's something that she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life, and hopefully she gets the help that she needs. However, that's not an excuse. It is not an excuse. Your mental disorders or personality disorders are not an excuse to abuse other people. There are plenty of people who have borderline personality disorder and perhaps this histrionic disorder, who are not abusers, who are not abusing their families, who are not abusing their loved ones, because maybe they're getting the help that they need. Amber's in denial that she has a problem. And that's unfortunate because she needs help. She needs to get help. So all this at the judge by the judge. All this is secret, whatever. They're planning on what they're going to be doing. They're working out the details of what they're going to be asking and which roads they're going to go down. Brad says, oh wait, Brad, I wanted to cover your first one first. Brad says, rarely are perjury charges brought forth for men or women who do this. That's true. It's very true. Perjury is something that we hardly ever go after, and I don't understand it. It is against the law. It is a crime. It should be criminally prosecuted. Brad says, you've courageously covered judicial misconduct in family court in the recent past. This is no different except that it's celebrities on the stand here. I guess that's what it takes to wake society up. I appreciate your covering this topic. Abuse is a two-way street. We need to recognize this more. Yeah, this is true, Brad. I am interested in court and court corruption and also court process. And there are some similarities between this case and the court corruption and family court that I have been looking at, especially when it comes to the forensic psychology and how the forensic psychologists are used to basically one side hires an expert to create witness testimony, expert testimony against the person that they're in court with. And it's a real it can be a real problem, a real boondoggle. Okay, we're finally coming back with the
All right.
sound now.
Are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Here
Yes, Your Honor.
comes. I wish we could see the jury, don't you? I wish I could see their faces and see what their reactions are. I would love to be sitting inside the courtroom so I could see that. Not having that is unfortunate, but I realize it's for their own safety. I'm not saying I think that they should be doxxed or anything, but for my own for my own information, I would like to see how they are reacting to the testimony that they've heard so far. I'd like to see how they're reacting to Amber. Her demeanor in court has been very similar to what the expert testified, that she lacks sincerity, that she's doing a lot of portrayal, but there's not a lot going on behind the eyes. That's the sincerity, the lack of sincerity that Johnny does not suffer from. Johnny is, you can say he's a very good actor, but you don't become that way without having real emotions and being able to reflect those emotions.
Thank
And
you.
he doesn't
Your
have
next
that problem.
witness?
All right, who's next?
Okay, Officer Gatlin. Could you spell the last name for me and for the court reporter?
GATLIN.
Another officer.
Okay, thank you.
Name and business address for the record.
Ugh, more
William
taped
Gatlin,
deposition.
business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
How long have you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your partner on May 21, 2016 was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yeah.
May 21, 2016?
God, these guys must hate having to do this.
Signed body cams?
Sometime in
I
2015.
wonder if we're going to get to
I
see the
think-
body cam footage.
I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number.
No, she
6.
hasn't presented her side yet, Leslie. That's true. I have not heard her side, but I've heard Johnny's side. She better have some serious evidence of real harm, like an amputated finger.
And this is the incident recall.
So far, there's no
between
evidence that she's
you
been
and
seriously harmed.
Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
And when Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
Also, Leslie, I
Means
don't deny that I'm
handle,
biased.
The computer.
I have a bias.
Based
People
on
have
the
biases.
incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
I've been paying
We arrived
attention
at
to this case
scene,
for a
it
long
looks
time,
like at 22:24.
and I've developed my opinion over
And
that time.
is 10:24?
My opinion is that Amber Heard
So when you
is a
arrived,
liar.
Do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe
I'll
there
be right
was.
back. I'm going to get
Do
coffee.
you recall whether there was any type of public gathering?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway till we found the unit number, knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. And we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you recall that you already knew that that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Haddon had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Haddon before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit. The page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response.
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Diener?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that we would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report, Officer Sines and Officer Haddon, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp's today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21,
No.
2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard.
He's
but
the
I'm
first one
not-
who's heard of
was
her.
not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
I'd never heard of her.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No,
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
no.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No,
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
no,
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
no.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
No
it's the
evidence
same
of a
as I
crime?
explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No,
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
Okay. And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is. So, we kind of have to talk to the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No,
Was there any effort by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
no,
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
it felt that way.
And
Who called?
What
Have we figured
occurred
out
that
who
made it feel
called?
like that to you, that they didn't want to be they didn't want you in the apartment?
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. He kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit.
Why were they
1.
wasting the time
That's
of these
exhibit
police
1.
officers with this? It's too bad Johnny didn't call the police in Australia when he got his finger severed. Always trying to protect her. And that's very typical of
And this
abused
is,
spouses, by the
Daily
way.
Mail Online, July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to go down to the 10th page. What, if any, evidence did you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
Well, yeah, they didn't say anything. So why were they
What, if
there?
any evidence did you see Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends?
Johnny certainly has taken responsibility for all of
had
his addictions.
concocted and
Been
got
very
your
honest about
story
it.
Straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived.
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 1, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Diener?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make to come over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed.
Generally, they don't, Linda.
Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there were roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back at trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Science and Haddon, reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
Honestly, I do not
And it
know,
says
Tiffany.
at
I feel the
this is
same way.
2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
Says teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department. And back here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down here, on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11, this is 2222, you now know it's the same incident as yours and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you
I'm
showed
starting to
up
think
at the
Amber should be
door,
charged with
penthouse 3,
calling the police for no
at the
reason.
Eastern Columbia building,
What?
you already
I still
knew
haven't been able to
that
establish who
Officer
called.
Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Okay, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system for this call 2046 to 2122. Met with Vic, checked location, verified husband left location. Victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information. Actually, that was Haddon and Sons, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it. You put in 2217, and I'm sure you weren't there till 301, but we talked Officer Deeds about that. You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with science and hadn't, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is marked as defendant's exhibit number 2, and it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECB building, and it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22/28/15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
Finally, body cam footage. We haven't seen this before. Or at least I don't think we did. I don't know. I'm forgetting because this has been days and days and days of this.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping out onto the penthouse floor.
Is this penthouse 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? There are so many penthouses. It just goes to show that no matter how much money you have and how many things you have, that doesn't translate to happiness. These people are 2 of the most unhappy people I've ever seen, and it's very sad. I especially think Johnny deserves happiness, and I don't know if he'll ever find it. He's a tortured guy.
Officers, how you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier already? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember their names offhand. Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. We just did the check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife and make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, step out, we just gotta check on, make sure they're all.
Who's in New York?
Get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
One second. Back up, please, back up.
Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and that we.
No, you do not have to let police into your house.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. You're all good? Nobody else is in here?
No. The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. Johnny
Is definitely not here.
is not here? Okay.
Last, probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
She's not upset.
Good then?
She's not crying.
All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
What is it that they're trying to establish with this? Like someone from New York was calling the police to go to their apartment in LA? We still haven't figured out why. Are they alleging that Johnny was hiding somewhere in one of the penthouses and kept coming back to abuse her and then leaving? And she didn't want to tell? I mean, I still can't figure out what they're trying to establish here. Will we ever?
So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
John Delarose, welcome to the stream.
Hello, Megan. What did I miss this morning in the trial?
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting
Right now, it's police video body cam from some problem where police were called multiple
that's
times,
me and Officer Diener.
but nothing was
I'm
happening.
going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got
And
two,
the cam footage is showing that nothing is happening. Amber's not even crying. She's not alleging anything happened.
Okay. So this one is
I can't figure out why they're even using this. Johnny's not there. No injuries observed.
Coffee's hot.
No evidence of any abuse.
Word around penthouse 3.
John Delarose is a best-selling author, by the way. You can look him up on Amazon. I guess they're not going to show us the footage. We just have to listen to it. Sounds exactly like the teacher in Charlie Brown.
I can't even hear that background talk.
You can't hear
Before
it.
we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here.
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just make sure it's not my one. Okay.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, you just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Now, would you say, and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber
Yeah,
Heard?
because everybody just loves to have
Yes.
police walk in their apartment.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So we just really like to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no,
Okay.
the other officers came by.
All right. Officer Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these 3 girls, women?
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle. That's
Doing
the one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
She's the one with the
Do you know what
horns.
color hair the person that's the most forward, that's in the middle, has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the woman, the furthest right is, it's in front?
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right. And you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
Johnny does.
Fake evidence again.
Yeah, okay.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay, and Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay.
Emitting
And how
sulfur.
would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Loving Johnny's tie today.
Did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
They seemed
Now, can
confused to
we,
me, like they didn't know why the cops were
bring up,
back.
exhibit
Nothing was
5?
going on. God,
It's
I
the
wish
other
we could get
video.
to
I
what the
just won't go
relevance of
through
all
both
this
them
is.
because there's a little bit of different angle in the two.
Like, are they alleging that he was hiding somewhere inside the penthouse and then coming out periodically to beat on Amber and then run away? I don't know what they're alleging. Oh, more body cam footage. I feel bad for these cops. This kind of bullshit situations they get put into. When they're like LAPD. How many murders happened this night while they were dealing with this bullshit? I guess there's no sound on this one. Oh, here it comes. Is she making him watch the same one over again? This woman, I swear, she kills me. I think we're watching the same footage.
It's her lawyers. They just seem incompetent.
They do seem like they're working for the defense. It's bizarre. And like they're trying to exhaust the jury. Because if I'm on the jury right now, I'm exhausted by this. This is now the third time I've had to watch this or listen to it. For what purpose? Is there hidden camera footage we didn't see yet? Love that cop stance with the hands on the belt. Very hot. Very hot cop. All cops stand like this. It's a different angle. I think he would close the door there to keep the little doggies from coming out.
We got another call. I don't know if it was related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she's calling also. I need to talk to your wife to make sure it's not my wife.
She's not my wife. Hell no. You think Amber Heard will ever get married again, John?
Well, she did dupe Elon for a bit, you know.
I know. It's sad. These high-value men, they think they can beat the crazy hot Matrix, but they can't.
I know. There's that instinct that, you know, I can save her. You know.
Yeah, I'm the one she's going to be tame for. Nope. Untreated mental disturbances are a real problem. You cannot solve them with your love. Andrea says, as a former cop, ugh, I feel for the officers. This is the type of call you try to clear quickly so that you are free for the next emergency. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, because that's what I'm seeing here is a bunch of police officers who could be doing other more important things. So, of course, they're not going to go Inspector Clouseau on this call? Why?
Everything's all good then?
Everything's all good. We're out of here. Nobody's bleeding.
Anything else? Call
No one has a problem. Nothing's broken. No blood anywhere. No sign of a crime. See ya. What are they supposed to be doing? Looking under the beds? Tossing the dressers? What do they want them to do? I love Johnny's blue reading glasses, by the way. I think it's a good look. I want to get some tinted reading glasses. I have a feeling that those are going to be very, very popular after this trial.
I don't know.
Now showing
That's
the
kind of an old
ghost.
lady look. You don't want to do that.
Let me just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Look at all those
Yes.
rings.
With all those rings, if he ever hit her, she'd have cuts all over her face.
Talking hot. Burning up. Burning around penthouse ring.
Linda says that those blue glasses are the anti-eye strain. You know, the blue to block the light. Possibly. What is that awful noise? That's not coming from us. That's coming from the court audio, and it's awful. They're making him watch this again. Again, this is now the fourth time.
Oh man.
Fourth time through. I mean, they are just determined to put everyone to sleep today. Yesterday was way better. I agree, Rebecca. I think Johnny does look better. I think he's looking healthier. And I hope he is getting sober. I found it interesting that why is the judge allowing this? It's a good question. You know, I would be objecting to this. We've just seen this now 4 times. This witness is a police officer, yes, Amy. This is the third police officer that has testified in the trial. Their stories are the same. We showed up at this call, nothing happened, no evidence of a crime. And they've made us watch or listen to the body cam footage 4 times now, which is why I'm talking over it, because I don't care anymore. I've seen it 4 times. He walks into the penthouse, nothing's going on. Amber's not crying. She's not upset. They say there's nothing going on, and he leaves. With no clear injuries or evidence, all we would do is separate the 2 anyway. Exactly. One would go to a hotel and the other one has support. Okay, goodbye. Stay away from each other. If we come back, somebody is arrested. Yeah, and in this case, it was reported that it was a verbal argument. And the LAPD says they don't write reports for verbal arguments. They don't report a verbal argument. That's called free speech. You have the right to argue with your spouse.
I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
She wasn't acting hurt. She didn't say, I'm hurt. Look at my face. And the other 2 officers said they saw nothing. No signs of injury, and they said it 18 times or more.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face?
Oh, Christ.
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
If you are
Can
hiding
you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
injuries from the police,
No.
should I feel bad for you that no one noticed you have injuries?
Everything go good then?
Stupid.
All right. Well, if you guys need anything else,
Why wasn't she telling the officer that she was abused if that's what happened?
Do you recall looking for any injuries in the faces of the three women?
No.
I would say Amber does look pretty rough. But every time I look at her, though, I just see the ugliness coming out from inside of her. I can't see her physical beauty. I just don't see it. I see cruelness. I see cruelty.
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing two dogs in the house?
Yes.
They were running around pretty freely.
Yes.
And when you say that, would you be able to, sitting here today?
Oh, that's weird, Megan. YouTube
take
hid one of my
personally
comments.
these three photos,
You know, they're
defendants
doing that to
7,
me.
8, and 9,
They do that to
is
my
the same
listeners
person that was sitting on
constantly.
that sofa in the back. Are
Constantly.
you able to draw that
What did you
connection?
say?
I just said hail to the chat, hit that like and subscribe. Which you guys
Oh
should
my
do.
God.
I know.
You disagree
Yes, please
with
do hit
my
the like
description
and
of what's
subscribe.
in
It
your
helps the
spreadsheet?
algorithm. Do
No,
that
I
now.
was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Thanks, John.
Your investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give any statement on what had occurred. And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
If she was injured, why didn't she tell them? What is this about?
Anything else?
I don't know why they're spending so much time on this.
Not that I can.
I can't wait to hear what Amber's explanation
So
is for
did
this.
you interview
Is
any
she
of
supposed
the
to be
three
on
other
today?
individuals in the
Mm-mm.
apartment?
No, they think maybe not
No.
till 2 more
Did
weeks from
you
now.
ask any
Oh,
of the
geez, this is
individuals
gonna go
to
that
give you a
long.
Yeah,
statement
this is a
about
6-week
what
trial. I'm
transpired?
not doing this every
I
day.
believe the female that was sitting
You're not
in
committed
the
to
middle
getting
of the three
YouTube clicks then.
told us that
Should I be
everything
doing
was
this every
fine,
day?
Yes.
and that the other
Oh my God.
officers had
I get
already
nothing done.
conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Sines and Officer Haddon took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had?
Well, maybe
any
I will
injuries?
do an hour or so.
No.
I
Did
just don't think
you
I can do an
take a
8-hour
flashlight just to
live
see
stream.
if she had any visible injuries
But thank you,
to her
Blah.
face or her body?
No.
Did you
I
ask
did that for
Amber
the
Heard if she had
Novak
any injuries?
Djokovic
No.
vaccine trial
I'm
in
asking
Australia.
whether you're in a
Just one
position
day.
as a police
Whew, that was
officer
rough.
to testify under oath.
Again, he's
that
saying no
Johnny Depp
injuries.
did
Didn't
not
see any
commit
injuries.
Any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't know how this
I
helps
don't
them.
believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not, because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Okay. And you didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
Outside of the female telling us that everything was fine, and the male that answered the door that told us that the other officers had already came and talked to
I
everybody.
did, Stephanie.
And
She was great.
she told us they checked both the 2 apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
Untreated
And that's
mental
the extent
disorder.
of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016? Did you do anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you know whether?
How does this
Johnny
help
Depp
them?
Committed domestic violence of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
I feel you, Mysterious. I don't know how this helps the defense at all.
Sorry, your next witness?
They have now
Yes.
brought
Alejandro
3 police
Romero.
officers onto the stand to say 100 times there was no evidence of abuse. She was not abused. There was no evidence of injury. Nothing happened.
And if I
All
might,
you need
Your
to
Honor,
do is end the
this
trial
is
right
another
here. I
one
mean,
that
it's
begins with
done, right?
questioning
I know,
by
the
counsel
defense should
for Ms.
rest
Heard, and
immediately.
Later on switches to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
I have a feeling, Stephanie, that testimony is going to be rebutted by Amber Heard on the stand. She's going to claim that Pennington slapped her first.
Sorry, my name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your current occupation?
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you please describe
Johnny likes
what
this guy.
kind of work you do for the Eastern Columbia?
They're
building?
friends, probably.
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
You can tell when he sees somebody that he
And
likes,
have
he
you done that
smiles.
pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm
He
going
appears
take
to
you
treat
back
people
to
well who are around
2015 and
him.
2016 for a moment. How many
Okay.
people? How many
Unlike
people would
Amber
you
Heard,
say
who
would go
abuses
through the
servers,
building on
according
any
to her
particular day
therapist.
in that time? I'm talking
Uh,
tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number.
I don't know why they would,
There's
John.
147 units in the building, and there's there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people out. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
What he was wearing?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember
Nope.
what headgear he was wearing?
Headgear.
A scarf or a hat?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner?
Stephanie, if you want to come on the stream,
Nope.
we could
You
have a
couldn't tell me
lawyer's
one way or the
opinion.
other, right?
Are you available? Let
No.
me know in the chat.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this, I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. You know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
This is the
Have you ever
defense.
seen Mr. Depp slam things around or?
What? This is
Be
not
angry?
plaintiff's counsel, I don't think.
No, I have never.
This is that
seen him
cat
like that.
woman. Cat lady.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I'm jealous, Stephanie.
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend Rocky. And
Rocky
but
Pennington,
Amber,
the
I
one
only
she
see her,
slapped,
like,
apparently.
Once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime?
I think
around
she looks
March
like olive oil, Steph.
2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember.
Don't remember.
Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, just don't want to deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the
Oh,
witness
look at
statement,
Johnny's
and
face.
everything that is written there, that's
He
what I
loves this
said.
guy.
And,
That was correct. That was accurate.
okay,
That's when I signed it.
Is
so during the time between
Defense-
2015.
is defense counsel
and
harassing people like this
2016,
guy, this poor
how
guy?
many times would you
Sounds
say
like it.
total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like, probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have, like, there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile?
This should
at
be
you? Did
interesting.
she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She always smiled. But we never had like
She was smiling.
interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me any of her problems. She never stopped by and talk about her personal life.
Rebecca,
never
don't go to
did.
work. Call in sick.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, probably I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at any time be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her events?
Probably only if it was slutty.
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
Why aren't they objecting,
Would you
Stephanie?
be able to say
Shouldn't plaintiffs
whether
counsel
Amber Heard
or
was dressed up? Or
shouldn't
casual
plaintiffs
on
counsel be
any
objecting to this?
No.
Would you be able to say
Johnny
whether
keeps
she
laughing.
what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard
Please keep
had
the camera on,
concealer
Johnny.
or foundation on any given day?
No.
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
Like this guy knows anything about blush and
Would
powder.
you be able to say whether Amber Heard had
Oh.
any mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
No.
I know,
How
blah. I
about
can't make the
eyebrow
cord be any
pencil
louder.
or
I wish I
lip
could.
Pencil.
Lip pencil? Did
No.
she just ask him about lip
Do
pencil?
you have any memories?
What's lip pencil? Do I want to
of
know?
Amber Heard
You use it to outline your
wearing a
lips
particular
and make
type
your
of makeup
keeps your
with a
lipstick
type
from
of
bleeding.
outfit.
Linda says I'm waiting for them to object to
No.
themselves again.
If you were asked to describe
Yes, Stephanie. It is a
any
deposition.
characteristics
Plaintiff's
of
counsel
Amber
should be
Heard
there.
from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked,
Plaintiff's
would you
counsel
be
may have
able
dozed
to
off.
testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
Often we just let
When is
people
the
ask all
first
kinds of stupid
time
questions and we don't care.
that you recall
Yeah, because the jury's going to be as annoyed
anyone
as we are.
saying anything to you about the police being called at the
Hoping the
EC
jury is
building
now asleep.
because of the
You can pretty
domestic
much count on
dispute
that.
between
I
Mr.
need to
Depp
go
and
take my
Amber Heard.
Adderall so I can
Well,
stay
to answer
awake.
your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then
Okay.
I went to the cameras and see what was going on. Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was him," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened.
They
I
should
think-
not
I
have
believe
called this man.
that whatever that
He
happened,
wasn't
they
there.
say happened, and when they call the police, I believe it was
He wasn't
Saturday,
there.
and I was not there.
Okay. Do you
Holy
recall who
shit!
told you that on that Monday
He
following?
saw
this
nothing
one?
and knows nothing. This
Yes.
is so pointless.
Okay, Don.
What
As a matter of fact,
is-
I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym.
Yes,
It
this
might
is
be.
literally
to the
hearsay.
penthouse.
I mean, yes, but
They
they're
heard a
like
bunch
Stephanie
of
said,
noise,
they're not
and that's it,
objecting
and
during a
that's why I
deposition
checked
because
the
there's no
cameras,
judge there.
And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator, I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that.
Objection!
who-
Hearsay!
Somebody was working out and heard noise?
Yeah, you're right, Stephanie. They could
Someone was
object right
working
now,
out on
so
the
why
gym
aren't they?
And heard the noise,
I-
heard some,
I don't
loud
know.
noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time, the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay, do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person has been a resident in the building for
That
a
was
long
funny.
time.
Hearsay papers.
I just don't remember that. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
The several
Like I said,
penthouses
Johnny
owned by
Depp
Mr.
owns
Depp.
all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually can see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You can see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and they have a patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has a patio that leads to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices?
Hearsay!
any objects, anything like that?
Objection! Call her!
No, she just said it was a
Call
noise.
her as a witness.
Just noise.
Thi-
And
wh-
she was just
what is
surprised because,
happening?
like I said, it's always really quiet.
Okay.
I don't
And
understand
so
how
she
this
wanted
is
to know what
happening.
happened, and so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's why I figured out to track the time on the camera and look. And
I
then
can't
when
wait for the
as soon
cross
as
on
I saw,
this.
like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured out, put 1 and 2 together, so I was, okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they call the cops, the police,
Because why?
because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
I wonder
Romero,
what
I'm
was the
going to
nature
ask
of the
you
noise.
To look at, this is a video
Music?
clip
Fighting?
marked as Romero.
What was the
Exhibit number
noise?
8.
Oh, more video clips. Poor Johnny's neck is stiff. Somebody get that man a masseuse. He needs a chiropractor. I agree with you, Tiffany. It does seem like they're working for the defense. They should have kept the last 4 witnesses as quick as possible because none of them have anything good to say for the plaintiff. No one.
I remember watching the Rittenhouse trial, and it was very much like this. And because that was so politicized, all the libtards were going, "No, it's not like that." And then of course Rittenhouse was found not guilty, and then Twitter lost its mind. It was so fun. That was good times.
There's Johnny. Is that Johnny in the hat? And that looks like Johnny. Yeah, the Rittenhouse trial was a mess. I miss the guy who defended Rittenhouse. What was his name? Richards. Loved him.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Binger was fun to make fun of too. After that trial ended, I felt very empty inside. I was enjoying myself immensely.
Well, that was riveting footage of Johnny Depp
Shows the-
walking into an elevator and out of an elevator.
Near the bottom, do you recognize this
Riveting.
as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
That's correct.
Yeah, Binger. Loved him. He was so bad.
And that's Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't
Riveting
remember.
testimony about Johnny Depp in an
You
elevator
said he looked agitated.
with his security
Yeah,
team.
he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was.
He didn't look
different
agitated
than
to me.
before.
He looked like he was fidgeting.
Most of the times he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next, so then you say Wednesday, May 25th. At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you did. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other
Nobody
injuries
did.
of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Nobody did.
Correct.
But you weren't looking for bruises,
Oh,
cuts,
for
swelling,
God's
red
sake.
marks, or any other injuries on
You
Ms.
weren't
Heard's
looking
face
for
that
them,
night,
though.
were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But it's something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I wasn't not looking.
Especially on her skinny
I
face.
was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also this, I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. On the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, there's always
All of
fine.
Amber's friends
And
were
Mr.
living
Depp
off of
owns
Johnny,
everything up there, so it'll be
living
fine.
in his
So that was
penthouses,
one of my concerns. That was my job. I was
leeching.
just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember
Nope.
whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do you remember where she was coming from? That she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Ms. Penny?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby where she was still on the phone.
So
I
do you
was
remember,
focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No,
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
no,
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
Oh, God.
no,
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
no,
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
no.
So who wrote the sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front
I'm
of
adding
me.
a poll
I'm
question for you
asking
all.
specifically, I did not
Is
notice
the
any
jury
bruises,
asleep?
cuts,
Yes or no?
swelling, red marks,
I'm falling
or
asleep.
any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Bird's face.
Stay with me,
Who
John.
wrote that?
Stay with
That's
me.
what I
I
said.
told you I'm sick.
I
I
know.
didn't saw any
And I'm
marks or bruises
recovering.
on her face.
How many more
That's
times are
what
they
I
going to ask
said.
this guy a question
Because
about
they
makeup?
they
Does he look like
asked
a
me-
makeup expert to
They
you?
asked me if I
Was Miss
remember
Heard
seeing
wearing
anything.
MAC
I said, just don't
lipstick?
recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me.
I can tell, you know.
I just don't remember anything.
I just
I
discovered
don't remember.
the live streaming
If
studio
I
on
would have
YouTube.
been
I had
so
no idea I
obvious,
even had
like
access to this.
someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, you know,
I'm such an
I would
amateur.
have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something
I
that
thought
you
about
will
covering
know,
it, but
you will
decided not
see.
to.
So
You're
you're
like
here
so
doing it with me.
knowledgeable, like you
Yes.
will, you will remember.
As one
But
does.
when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me.
John,
She was
thank you.
right
Are
in
we in a
front of me.
time loop? I swear I
don't
just heard
remember
this
seeing
exact same
any
testimony and
marks,
questions.
or anything.
I know. I don't know. I'm
But
starting
you
to feel
don't
like
know
I'm going
whether she was
crazy.
wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
She did ask him these
No, I
questions
don't
already.
know. No, she was wearing any makeup try to cover it. Probably, you know, the probably would cover any bruise,
Oh my
but
God.
you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No,
88% of you
looking for anything.
say the jury
In
is
fact, you were
asleep.
spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct, but I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes. And I
We do not know
would
Mysterious.
notice like any swollen or bruise, like I said, I
Linda,
would notice.
was she on her
Fair to
period?
say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
Sean, another
I don't
lawyer.
remember.
Sean, do you want to get in here?
And like I said, I would
I'll send you the
probably
link if
remember
you
the
want to come in
swollen,
here for a little while.
but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there.
There's a whole
Before
story.
they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like what, 4 inches above the door? Because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, on my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. They were so afraid. Oh, someone's trying to get into my unit.
It was the dog.
Come on, really? And I
Did his
actually
lawyer just say,
went.
stop
They
laughing?
asked me to
Don't laugh.
go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job. Make sure they're safe. But
It was the dog.
Really, I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, oh, I don't know.
Sean Kohlmeyer, you're a lawyer. If you want to come in here, let me know. I'll
This.
send you
I
the
just
live
don't
stream
wanna
link.
Deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case.
Oh, this
Everybody
poor
got
guy.
problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to put this with any more words.
I feel like they've
The
harassed this poor
interaction
man.
You just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse. None of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35.
Every time Johnny smiles, I can't help it. It makes me laugh.
This is the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. The same incident.
Attorney Sean Kohlmeyer coming into the stream with us. Hi, Sean.
You said several
Hi,
times in
Megan.
answer to my questions that you didn't
Let's see
recall
here.
seeing any marks on his face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup's wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
Yes.
If you saw
Yes.
something,
The never-ending
right?
circular arguments sound exactly
Yeah,
like
I
Amber
would
Heard
probably would see
on
that
those
if she
tapes.
had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would.
They want to exhaust the jury.
I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek?
Well, according to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later?
But he
did
didn't
you
remember
see
that.
her from that swelling?
Right. So he's testifying that the absence of his memory is
How many days?
evidence that nothing
Fair to
happened.
say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016.
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine?
Why is this guy a witness?
The wine stains on the floor outside of the.
I bet what the reason why they got him as a witness, and I didn't watch this guy's testimony, is because they probably want to put an army of people on the stand and ask that same question about saying, you've never heard, you can't testify as to whether or not she's a victim or not. And then by repetition.
Ladies and gentlemen,
alone,
the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Oh, finally, we're going to get cross.
Sit here today, when you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling
And
at
she was
all.
only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely.
Remember, the
correct?
cops didn't see any
Correct.
swelling either. 3 of them. 3 of
And the
them saw
lighting was
nothing.
Good at the front desk.
Are we to
correct?
believe they're on Johnny's payroll too?
Correct.
That's
It
a
was
lot of
so
people
good that
who
had she had
saw
any
nothing.
bruises, swelling or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
Right.
That's correct.
sounds like Sergeant Schultz.
And then later that later that same day, and you testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
Because the
And
dogs were
during that
scratching on the door.
entire, period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you did not, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were fronted, looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not
how far
dark
apart-
at all. She was
how
3
far
feet
away?
apart.
Did you say
Approximately
three?
like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
Justice for the
And
doorman. Let this poor man
Do you
go home.
recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
Not seen anything.
6 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you a number
Oh, again.
of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
Look at his face.
24.
Yes.
Yep. No, it's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th.
The
correct?
witness is bored, everybody.
So are all of us.
I don't remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay, well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17, that's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19. Yeah.
Okay, and that's,
That was 3 in the morning.
okay. And it said here, did you work, so Saturday was the 21st, did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing?
Oh,
in
come
any of
on.
those videos?
Object. This man is not a makeup expert.
I can't tell you.
Object.
I didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you tell me?
Lipstick.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any
No,
of those
he
videos?
cannot.
Again. Oh
Can you tell
no.
me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
I want to say something inappropriate.
Can you tell me
Please
whether
do.
Amber Heard
Please
was
liven
wearing a
up this
brush in any
place.
of those videos?
He doesn't look gay.
No.
Can you tell
Why
me
would he
whether
know
Amber
this
Heard
stuff?
was wearing any foundation
You know
in any of those videos?
No, but
God.
I can't believe you said that, Megan.
Do you know
I
what
have the tape,
shade
Sean.
of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
no.
Okay.
Oh, I can't
So you
believe
don't
she's
know
doing
whether
this
Ms.
again.
Heard
This
was
is the
wearing makeup
third
in each
time.
one of those video
The
clips,
third
correct?
time we have to listen to her ask
Correct.
him about
Yep,
the
only
door
time with the
guy
one.
about
So
makeup. Oh, he's
the
vaping now. He's
incident was
vaping. It would be really funny. It would be
You
really
saw
funny
her
if he
the
went
night
through a
of May
drive-through.
25th,
He goes to
correct?
Burger King. Like,
It's
I gotta get
amazing.
a
In a
snack.
deposition, in the middle of a
In the middle of
deposition.
his, yeah, wouldn't it?
Hundreds of times. Well, she was
That's
there.
some good
You
weed,
heard
bro.
pretty well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
He's
Be
literally
nice.
driving right
All
now.
right, this
He
is
is
my last
actually
question.
driving
You
in the middle of a
testified in
deposition.
response to Mr. Presidio's questions.
He's going to
that
the
you
drive-through.
Testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody,
Finally.
don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2:00,
Oh
okay?
God, I hope they don't
Thank you.
bring him back. All right, I'm going to take the court off of the stream. We will come back to it when they come back after lunch, but we have a lunch break now, so we can actually talk about what we just saw. Wow, Sean,
Hi, Megan.
what's going on with this kind of questioning? Why would she go in 3 times asking the doorman what he thinks about Amber Heard's makeup?
Well, because if I'm right, because I didn't watch this testimony. I think that the whole makeup thing is about is she putting makeup on to cover up bruises, right?
Yeah.
Right. So she's asking him multiple questions about whether or not he noticed makeup. Right. I think
Yeah.
partially. I think what she's really trying to do is she's trying to use the illusory truth effect. Right, where the repetition of an idea creates the illusion of truth in your mind, and if you just keep saying something over and over and over again, the fact that you've just heard it over
So they're
and over
good.
and over again.
She's trying to put in the jury's mind that Amber was always wearing makeup, is what you're saying.
Right, and that she's trying and that she was using makeup to cover up
To
bruises.
cover up. All right, John.
I'm interested in this illusory truth tactic sort of thing. Are most attorneys really that manipulative? Is that an actual thing? Like,
Well,
rather than
so the illusory truth effect, it now has a name, and it's been studied as a psychological manipulation tactic, but humans have known about it forever. Like, I'm going to say something right now that's completely untrue, but you believe it. Carrots are good for your eyesight. It's not true at all. They've got vitamins, right? And they're
I disbelieve you for saying that.
and they're good for you, right? But they're not good for your eyesight. Neither is sitting too close to the TV bad for your eyesight, nor is crying.
Don't tell my kids that.
Right. So, but there's all these ideas, nor does opening a window in the winter mean that you're going to get, the cold. But
Right.
There's
But we all believe these things because
all
we've heard
believe
it so many times.
Because we've heard it so many times.
Yeah.
And literally, if you just keep saying something like, Megan Fox is the most beautiful woman in the world, right?
Well,
Megan
thank you,
Fox is the
Sean.
most
But that is
beautiful
true.
woman in the world.
That actually is true.
Yeah, it's a bad example.
Right?
And not the toe thumbs one either.
Right? So
No, did you see that last night? The thing I posted
My
that
God,
she's
they're
like,
drinking each other's blood. Can we talk about that
oh
for
my,
a second?
yeah, can
Holy
we?
shit, I hate it when I trend on Twitter. Every single time my name is trending on Twitter, it's that bitch. And she's doing something so heinous that I get really weird DMs. And I'm sick of it. And this time it's that she and Machine Gun Kelly are drinking each other's blood but only for rituals, John. Just for
yeah.
rituals. I want to know, John, should we burn her or drown her? Let's do the test. If
My
she
legal advice
floats,
is to answer that question.
if we throw her in the water and she floats, we won't have to burn her. Is that it?
Yeah,
And you know what? That brings us back to the
exactly.
Johnny Depp trial, by the way. That brings us back to this trial where Johnny's text messages are on display, where he's talking to his good friend about should we burn her? I want to, we're going to burn her and drown her, which was obviously a Monty Python joke. I got it before he even said that. I got the
Yes.
joke before he even explained it. I was laughing my ass off. I thought that was one of the funniest things I had seen. Like, yeah, this is how people blow off steam when they're pissed at someone. You make dark humor jokes. His text messages should not be on trial as proof of anything, especially when you're saying something like, should we burn her or let's drown her first and then burn her, or burn her and then drown her? I mean, come on.
Look, here's the way you create the illusion of domestic violence when you don't have actual acts of violence is you just keep saying Megan Fox is a domestic violence perpetrator. Right. Megan Fox committed domestic violence. Megan Fox, domestic violence. Domestic violence, domestic violence, domestic violence. You just keep saying it over
tying
and over.
that to that person's name.
Right.
This is the whole Me Too movement crime.
Yeah.
That I wrote an entire book about. Please do pick it up on Amazon. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo. Women, you did?
Pages in. Of
did
course I
you?
bought your book. Of course I bought your book.
Well, that was nice of you. Well, it's important though that we look at evidence, and anyone, especially someone like you, Sean, you make your living in justice and law. Should I not use the word justice? Let me just use the word law.
Right.
Sean is a person I've interviewed multiple times about the family court corruption and what's happening there, and he's been alienated from his child during a terrible battle. So justice is not always had in a court of law. Justice is not something that you can always have. But shouldn't we be concerned with evidence? And so far in this trial, have you watched, Sean? Have you watched other days of this trial?
Yeah, I've watched a lot of it. I mean, I haven't been able to be glued to it, but yeah, I've watched a lot of it. I watched a lot of Johnny's testimony, which I thought was, I honestly thought he did fabulously.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I thought he was very credible. He was very believable, very sincere.
Especially for being a movie star that's richer than everybody in the room.
Right. I liked when they said, where were you when this incident took place? And he said, well, I don't like to talk about this. I don't like to say it. I feel stupid, but I have an island. And we all laughed because it's like, well, of course you do. Of course you have an island in the Caribbean, Johnny Depp. Of course you do. You're Captain Jack Sparrow. And as you can see, I'm coming to you from in front of the Black Pearl because I am on Team Johnny. I've been following this story for a very long time. I actually have someone who I know who ran with Johnny's crew for a long time ago. And,
That's
these
Cloud.
people who know, well, not really, but it's just someone I've interviewed about something else. And he's told me a lot of stories. And his stories are very consistent with the other stories we're hearing from people who work with Johnny, know Johnny. Yes, Johnny has a drug problem. He has an alcohol problem. He has always had this problem. And yet he's the nicest guy I know. That's what everybody says. Nicest guy I know. Never saw him raise a hand to anybody, let alone a woman. Never saw him get violent. Doesn't do that. Drinks, gets sweet. No, he's a sweet drunk. I liked that many of the people who testified about seeing him drunk said, well, he can really hold his liquor. He doesn't appear to be drunk. If I ever saw him drunk, he was kind of tipsy.
Yeah. I mean, his substance use is not really relevant to the whole issues. I mean, the only issue really boils down to one thing. Amber Heard said that he's a wife beater. Effectively, that's what she did in that article. She said he's a wife beater. So he says, no, I'm not. That's defamation. Now it's Amber's responsibility to prove that he actually is a wife beater. If she can't prove it, she defamed him, and case closed. So talking about the fact that he likes to snort a line of cocaine or drink, it isn't really relevant. All they're really trying to do is trial by character assassination.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. Preston here says, in my experience, domestic violence perps, regardless of sex, are super effective at convincing everyone they are the victims. Yes, they are, because most of them have personality disorders that give them these extra powers almost. They're extremely charming. You heard the doctor yesterday, Dr. Mommy, as she's being called. Dr. Dr. Mommy. Everybody loved that doctor. She was so beautiful and engaging. But she made some good points about how the personality types that she's talking about, that she's diagnosed Amber with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, that those types can be very, very charming and very disarming and can fool people very easily with the love bombing. They do this thing where Johnny said when he first met her, she was into this very obscure music that he was into, that she knew everything about these old jazz artists. And I thought to myself when he said it, that sounds like somebody who did some research on Johnny and turned herself into the perfect reflection of him. And then sure enough, the forensic psychologist is saying they mimic the person they're trying to draw in. And people have been saying that about her fashion, that she mimics what Johnny's wearing. You notice that the doctor, she had her glasses on, and suddenly Amber had glasses on. She's very good at mimicking you to you, and so you feel like you're falling in love with this version of yourself. Which is
the really scary thing that so there's 5 or 6 personality disorders. You're borderline, narcissistic, histrionic, antisocial, and I'm forgetting the last one. But the one that's really, really troubling is the fact that she's borderline, because people who are borderline, one of the reasons why they're so convincing is because their vision of reality is just slightly skewed. And it's close enough to the facts that it really makes you go, hey, wait a minute. Wait, what? It's almost like they're looking at the world through, yellow or rose tinted glasses. So it's not that they're 100% inaccurate, right? And you're like, well, this person's Gollum and Smeagol. No, it's like, no, they're tied to the facts is close, but not exact. You spend a lot of time with someone who is borderline saying, yeah, you just don't get it, after having gone through over and over and over again. I'm like, no, these are the facts. This is what actually happened. And they're like, no, that's not what happened. And they have some other slight version of it. And they believe it. They really, really believe it, because that's just how they see the world, and it's just slightly off.
I do believe that Amber believes her own lies. I do believe that she believes she's the victim in this situation. John, we didn't get a real good chance to introduce you to the stream, so I'm going to take the chance to do that right now. John Delarose, he's a best-selling author. He is a creator. He creates comics, graphic novels, also science fiction novels. He is one of my favorites. He's my daughter's favorite author. If you're looking for some books for your kids, even teenagers especially, will really enjoy these books. John, tell us about a couple of the ones that you have out there right now.
Sure. I guess my most popular novel is called For Steam and Country. It is a steampunk book, which is a fantasy book, but with like a Victorian age to it, and some cool like airship technology and things like that. So people really enjoy it. It's it's a nationalist book, I like to say. And if you like just like clean, good entertainment, you will absolutely enjoy this. It's good for any age. And that's what I'm trying to do, because what I'm seeing out of Hollywood, out of the book industry, I mean, honestly, like I've been looking at YA
grooming.
books. It's disgusting.
Grooming. So much grooming into
we got to take it back.
Diabolical stuff, sex, drugs, all kinds of nonsense. So I love having you here. And John has his own stream that he does. Is it the Dank stream? I can't remember what you call it.
I also make videos every day on my YouTube channel. So if you just Google my name or just put that in the chat, you can subscribe there. No, would appreciate it. I talk about culture war stuff for the most part.
Yeah, and it's great having you here. I know you've been really sick. I was sick 3 weeks ago, and I'm still recovering. I'm still coughing. It's just awful. I'm going over to the chat, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button right now, please. It helps the algorithm. We've grown the chat, the live audience, to around 140, 150, which is great. Let's keep it going by hitting that like button. That helps a lot with YouTube. YouTube.
Also, I
Yeah,
just
go
wanted
ahead.
to let everybody know if the newspapers ask, my last words were, "I wish I would have taken the vaccine." So just let everybody know that. Thank you.
Just let everyone know. Yeah, YouTube has been demonetizing every single video that I put up before, and
Wow.
and I win every appeal. So they just demonetize me immediately. Then I appeal it and I win. So it sucks, but that's just the way it is. I want to encourage all of you to visit the merch store because I have lots and lots of things that you can pick up in the store that will help you to drink your alcohol in with some fun fashion, or whatever other drink you have. But I have a lot of those. I'm going to throw it in the chat right now, so you guys have a link to the merch store. But it helps support the channel, helps me be able to do this kind of thing because YouTube doesn't want me to get paid for whatever reason. They just do not want me to get paid. I'm going to go over to the chat because there are some questions. And yeah, Facebook won't even let me put the link to the merch store in the chat right now. I got an error. They're just getting me from every angle.
These companies, I swear.
I know, right? It sucks. All right, let's see. Amanda says, when he was having to explain writing on all the stuff in the house Disney paid for, I was cringing for him. I still side with him, but there's no way to really explain that well. Well, Amanda, I'll tell you. He got his finger severed, and he had also been drinking. And he described that he felt like he was having a nervous breakdown, and he was at the end of his rope. So when he began to draw on the wall in his blood, he described it as a nervous breakdown. I I believe that. I believe that when you're in shock and having trauma, you'll do a lot of strange things. He dipped his hand in mineral spirits. Can you imagine the burning? How much pain? And he said he didn't feel pain. He was just feeling heat because he was in shock. So I do understand why that would happen. The damage that was described by Ben King, the butler, unbelievable. Just unbelievable damage to the house. Chunks of marble taken out of the stairs, chunks of marble taken out of the bar, plaster damage, mirrors broken, glass everywhere. And her team is going to try and say that Johnny cut off his own finger. I would like to see the video evidence of the sliding door, accordion door that, he lied to the. Where's the evidence of that door? Does it even exist? The finger was found in a pool of vodka in a towel surrounded by broken glass, consistent with Johnny's story. The corroboration by the witnesses in this trial so far has been spot on. I don't think that the defense has looked very good. Now, defamation, Sean, is a problem because this case is about one thing. It's really not about all these stories. It's about whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp in that Washington Post article.
And
I
all the
have.
other stuff she said.
Yeah. And now, you know what? While we're here, let's go back to the video. So you guys weren't here while I was doing this, but I'm going to share a video of Amber because I believe that she has profited off of coming forward as a victim of the Me Too movement. And I have found these videos of her. And I'm going to play part 2 now. This is her reading an open letter to her silent sisters. And I'm going to play this for you now.
Comes forward to speak about her suffering, about injustice, instead of aid, respect, and support, she will be met with hostility, skepticism, and shame. Her motives will be questioned, and her truth will be ignored. No matter how terrible or terrifying surviving trauma may be, truth is, it can pale in comparison to what follows after it. It's no wonder so many of us feel like we have to keep quiet or risk our own safety to try to maintain our dignity by quietly enduring. The fear of being ostracized from your community It's just about the most terrifying prospect.
She wasn't ostracized from anything. She was given a L'Oreal deal. She was asked to speak at this magazine thing for powerful women, including Minnie Driver and other top celebrities. No one had ever heard of this woman until she became a victim in the MeToo movement. Let's move on.
That there is. But I'm here to tell you, there's no need to make that terrible trade. It isn't easy to raise your voice, to stand up for yourself or your truth, and to do it alone.
So dramatic.
Our world is changing. Standing shoulder to shoulder as women, we comprise a vast army of voices, and we can no longer accept silence.
Why is she trying to look like a man?
I was raised.
She's
to be
always wearing
independent,
these suits.
Self-reliant. I was never given nor wanted the burden of dependency.
Total overacting.
So naturally, I resented
Yeah, I'd cast somebody else.
the label of victim. As I'm sure many of you here in this room today can understand. You, like me.
Oh, the exaggerated. You like me. Very dramatic, and comes across as not sincere to me. Are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing?
I'm hearing her doing virtue signaling, which, you know, we get a lot of right now. You know, people out there waving their arms around and saying, you know, I'm a victim, or I'm, you know, this horrible thing happened to me, or I'm, you know, look at how brave I am, or look how strong I am, or whatever. And, you know, and they're garnering attention by doing that. So that's what she's doing. She's playing right into the current cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah, I also, I'm going to play for you in a minute after this video of her talking without the volume on, because it's a whole different experience to listen to her and then just watch her talking without the volume, because her facial expressions are insane. But let's finish this.
Don't see yourself as a victim, but rather as a member of a growing class of women, daughters of a generation of equality. We have inherited far too much to be resigned to injustice, and together.
Okay, if she's somebody in the comments said if she's doing an impression of Evita Perón, she's doing a bad job. But it is like, it's very dramatic, it's very dramatic. And oh shoot, where did it go? I just lost it. I got to go back and find it again. It was on Variety. Amber Heard, because there's another one. There she is. All right, here we go. Very dramatic, very practiced, I would say. Not that you wouldn't practice if you were going to speak in front of a large group of people. But I think I'm having Wi-Fi issues. Hold on, let me close some of these windows. All right. Is it getting any better? All right, let's try and get down to the number 3 one.
Oh.
There's number 2. Oh, she didn't give us number 3. All right, we don't have number 3. But I mean, I didn't find that to be that compelling to me. I found it to look like she was portraying, just like her faces in court. Diane says she's an actress. She's playing a part. Yep. Perforating my skull with so much eye rolling. Her micro expressions change rapidly, like any good narcissistic personality in my experience. Female version of Juicy Smollett. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's not good. So a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't know, the days are rolling together for me. I did a video of Amber Heard where I show her in this interview that she did for Entertainment Tonight. Let's see if I can find it. Entertainment Tonight, Amber Heard. And I want you to see her facial expressions when she talks without hearing what she's saying, because it's crazy. Her face is so ugly and she's making all these nasty faces, but when you turn the volume on, she's actually saying nice things. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Has anyone ever seen anything like that before?
An ugly person saying nice things. I don't know.
No, like
That's-
ugly expressions while saying like positive things. It's bizarre. Okay, here, I found it.
An ugly
Share.
person saying nice things. You just described me again, Megan. Unbelievable.
All right, Amber Heard shares her hopes for Me Too. Just look at her, just watch her face. Because it's just bizarre. She's always making these faces, and yet she's saying these things that are supposed to be encouraging, and for one, it looks like she's got bone implants in those cheeks, like a Maleficent. Look at her.
Would you say they're swollen?
They kind of do look swollen.
Would
They
you
look
say she is wearing
unnatural.
makeup right now?
Yes, I would. I would say that she's wearing makeup.
Is she wearing L'Oreal brand concealer?
Probably. Oh my
I mean, she does
God.
kind of look like she's got a black eye a little bit. Huh.
She has the weirdest looking cheekbones I've ever seen. It looks like Maleficent, like Angelina Jolie with the implants on her face for that they did for Maleficent. She has this very high, I don't know, maybe she has injections right there. Hey, that should open up whole new questioning for the defense to find out what plastic surgery she had and when. Because any swelling in her face could possibly be because of injections.
Oh yeah, the Botox deal.
Uh-huh. There are no emotions, says Diane. If I was been abused by someone, I would be upset even in the speech. Yeah, she doesn't appear to have real emotions. But the doctor who testified.
You can tell just by looking at her though that she uses lots of Botox. I mean, that skin is stretched.
And this was such a fawning interview. This woman was just fawning all over her. John wants to know, how did she become big and important? By pretending to be a victim of domestic violence and telling people that Johnny Depp, the biggest star in the world, beat her. That's how. That's how her career took off.
Well, don't forget marrying him too.
Right.
That helps.
That helps.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and let's not talk about how that happened.
Yeah. I mean, there was part of Johnny's testimony where he said she came to him asking him how to keep from being portrayed in Hollywood as the bimbo with her boobs out. While that's how she got famous, like by being in that movie with him, The Rum Diaries, where she met him, was this, this sex pot role that she took on that she really doesn't appear to have a problem taking on a sex pot role. And then, so she's coming to him to say, well, how do I get out of this? How do I not be portrayed as this sex pot? And basically what he said was he thought he gave her good advice, but she didn't take it. Instead, she went the other route. She went the route of falsely making accusations against her husband, Johnny Depp, which then catapulted her career instead of doing the hard work, which is only choosing scripts and characters that are meaty and not sexualized.
Yeah, but that seems to me like kind of a little bit of a false argument because these are actors that are in Hollywood, right? I mean, in order for a woman to have the sorts of roles like Meryl Streep does, they put in the time, they take the roles, they do whatever they've got to do, and and if the role is you're the bouncing bimbo, and that's your first or second role or something. That's the work you do.
Yeah, and I don't think that she was upset with her roles. For instance, I was watching the Rum Diaries trailer. I've actually never seen this movie. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but apparently this is how they met, and this is how she reeled him in, was the Rum Diaries. And in this, I'll just play a portion of it without hopefully I won't get hit with a copyright if it has no volume. But this is the Rum Diaries trailer, and you'll see her in here. This is a Hunter S. Thompson story, which is I'm not really interested in Hunter S. Thompson and the drugs and the drinking and all that, so I never watch these movies. But Johnny's like super into it, so he always does these movies. And he was married at the time, and he met Amber on the set of this film, where she's playing the sex pot role, and and apparently he had an affair with her. I don't know if that's just the rumor. I don't know if that's true or not. But you'll see in this trailer, Amber pops up here at some point. Here she is, the sex pot in the water, and this is the role that I guess catapulted her to some sort of fame.
Yeah. She's like 29, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how old she is.
Or 30 or something like that. She's in the prime of her life.
Right. It would be kind of strange to turn down the beauty roles when you are at your most beautiful.
Right. I mean, I seem to recall Goldie Hawn did that. Daryl Hannah did that. Julia Roberts did that.
Well, and it's not like the men in Hollywood aren't doing the same thing either.
Right.
Jason
David
Momoa
Hasselhoff.
in Aquaman, he's shirtless the whole time with his, abs all over the place.
Right.
Disgusting.
Hasselhoff was in Baywatch. Right. What Batista has done the guy in the Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Several movies where he's topless.
Right. I mean, it's not like men are not getting those kinds of roles too. Patty Higgins says, I didn't think he married Vanessa Paradis. He didn't. I'm sorry if I said that. I always say wife because they were together for like 14 years. They weren't actually married, but they did. These two had an affair, I believe, during the filming of Rum Diaries. And it's too bad. I mean, I want to give all of you out there relationship advice. For one, don't cheat. Whoever you're cheating on someone with is going to definitely do it to you one day, or you're just setting up, it's bad karma. When you set up a relationship on that premise, it goes nowhere good. And the other advice I have to give to you, especially you men out there, is to pay attention to the crazy hot matrix, because it's a real thing. The hotter they are, the crazier they are. And so you have to balance that out. You got to stay in the wife zone and not the crazy zone, danger zone, because this is what will happen to you. They'll cut your finger off and drive you to hurt yourself. These women are, it's insane. Be careful out there, fellas.
Megan, I already said that you were the most beautiful woman in the world on this show, right? So, and then you talk about the hot crazy matrix. I don't know.
You're right. You got to be careful. Look, you know what? My family actually has a running joke about this, because I come from a long line of very beautiful women, and you should see my cousins. They're incredibly beautiful. And unlike me and our side of the family, they don't have weight problems to deal with like we do. The other side are all thin and beautiful. And my cousin, whose husband was actually killed in action in Afghanistan, he was so funny. And they were only married for a few years before he was lost in Afghanistan. But we were all on vacation once, and his wife is so beautiful. She's got this beautiful dark hair and just a gorgeous face. And he says to us, we're all out drinking on the porch, and he goes, man, the women in this family, they are gorgeous. He goes, but they are nuts. And we started laughing. And he goes, my wife, she has all these problems. She's always sick all the time. She's sick all the time. And he goes, but I'm like, I call my buddies in like, hey man, honey, I know you're throwing up, but can you look over here and smile for a minute? Look at my wife. Look at how beautiful she is as she's throwing up in the bucket next to the bed. He goes, but there are sacrifices that you have to make. If you want them to be beautiful, they're also going to have a certain amount of crazy. And you got to weigh that, and it's true. And we got such a kick out of that because now if you're crazy enough to know it, you can't be so crazy that you don't know you're crazy. That's Amber's problem. She believes she's normal. You have to be just crazy enough to recognize that you have that in you and you need to rein it in, rein it in sometimes. I told women last night in my coverage of the trial yesterday, don't follow the bear into the cave. Boy, is that a stupid idea. That was the best advice my mother gave me, and I've been married for 21 years now. Women, do not follow your husbands when they want to leave and they want some alone time and they want to retreat to the cave. Don't go in there after them. It's like going in after a bear. And I'm not saying you would deserve to be hurt if you did that, but what's going to happen is it's going to escalate. The argument's not going to resolve. And you're not going to get what you think you're going to get. You need to give men their space. Am I right about that, men? When you want your space, should a wife come nagging and haranguing you to not take your space?
I mean, she's going to anyway. You just got to deal with it.
I don't. I took my mother's advice very seriously.
You think you don't. You think you don't.
No. Okay, I have, but only a couple of times because I learned very quickly that my mother was right. Don't do that because every time I would follow my husband and try to continue an argument, he would just take the car keys and leave. And then I would be sitting at home by myself. So instead, I just let him walk away and go to another part of the house. Although we don't fight anymore. 21 years. We're not kids anymore. This is kid shit. When with the fighting, that's something that you do when you're young, not when you're older and you know the ropes. We don't fight.
Yeah. Well, you said something I thought was really interesting about, that Amber most likely believes her version of the truth. And yeah, my experience with borderline people is exactly that. They just don't have the ability, especially in the moment, to see the objective facts around them. So then when you follow someone into the cave and you wind up, in that escalated state, and you never de-escalate, you never calm down, you can never get,
right,
objective reality. That's just a really bad situation. So, Johnny, I relate really well to Johnny because, Johnny describes things that, I did as well, like he would try and get away from Amber and he'd go into the bathroom. Right. And he'd shut the door and, and then she'd come and re-engage with him, and
pound on the door. Like, what does she think is going to happen in that situation? At one point, she pushed the door into his head and cracked him in the skull.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not good tactics. They're not good resolution skills.
I think part of the problem is that we as a society don't teach some of the sort of basics about emotions, like emotions are contagious, right? If I'm angry and I'm, continuing to be angry and I'm around you, you're going to become angry. That we don't teach that when you are angry, that your reasoning processes plummet. So your ability to think critically just goes to the toilet. And, all you can do is just be angry because you're in fight flight mode. We don't teach any of these things as just sort of as you as a human being need to be aware of this. So someone like, Amber, she has probably spent a lifetime building psychological adaptation, techniques for her own issues, but they're not healthy and they don't completely work. So she winds up in a situation like this and she doesn't realize, oh, I'm starting to feel angry. I'm starting to feel out of control. I need to separate myself from this. I need to allow myself to calm down so that I can critically think again. She probably doesn't have any of those skills. So, she winds up.
No, especially because if she has the disorders that the doctor has diagnosed her with, she wouldn't have those skills. In fact, let's watch a little bit of that testimony from yesterday because I find it to be really compelling. So let's hope
the shrink.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she was great. I mean,
she was great, wasn't she? Let's watch a little bit of this and maybe comment on that.
Them right
regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay, and what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state, but essentially intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused. And multiple witness statements, testimony, and
Okay, for the people in the chat who might be just arriving, we're going over some of the testimony from yesterday because it's lunchtime. Court's not in session right now. We will be going back to the courtroom when it is live. I just want to point out here that I have significant concerns about court experts, by the way, because in my research in journalism that I have done into family court corruption, there are a lot of these cottage industry people who are court favorites. They get appointed to cases, they rack up huge bills, and they don't do much investigating, and they diagnose people willy-nilly with all kinds of stuff. This woman, on the other hand, though, does not appear to be one of those. She has, as she just described, has looked at many different facets of Amber Heard in order to make a diagnosis, including spending over, you'll hear her talk about 7 hours one day, 8 hours another day, in face-to-face contact with her. Some of the quacks that I know who do this for courts don't even ever meet with the person that they are supposedly diagnosing or providing forensic information to. So I just wanted to point that out, and we're going to continue this now, but we're on a lunch break.
declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Heard?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms.
Yes,
Heard?
go get muffins
did.
and vodka.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses: borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially, that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing. And along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Of course. Skip. That was loud. Dang.
Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And
If you're getting the
that
vodka,
contains
make sure you get a
every
mega
diagnosis
pint.
we use in mental health, and it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new, but overall, if somebody were to describe us or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words. I apologize. So a treating environment in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment, the mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there's no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment.
I can't hear anything.
I'm sorry, my mic was muted. This is why I like her. One of the reasons I like her is because she uses so many other options to diagnose. It's not just the MMPI, which is what we've seen the quacks do in St. Louis, where they use just the MMPI, which has 500 questions, and they use it as a diagnostic tool. And it isn't supposed to be that. It's supposed to be it's supposed to help with diagnosis, but it isn't what you diagnose with. You have to also, like she's saying, do comprehensive evaluations, right? Am I right, Sean? I mean, I know you've had experience in court with experts.
And I've actually had a psychological evaluation.
Oh, have you? How did that?
Yeah.
Was it a quack or a good one?
Well, she's definitely qualified. She did a fairly good job, relatively speaking. I think there were elements of corruption at work, but you know my story. But yeah, so I don't think it was completely quackish, but it doesn't sound like it was, from what it sounds like, this shrink did two-day sessions where she did extensive interviews with Megan. Mine wasn't that long.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually did way more time with Amber than I've heard any forensic evaluator doing. Not to mention, she also went through all the medical records that she was given access to, including other psychological notes from other doctors, from her treating physicians. And she also used a PTSD test, which is the gold standard for PTSD. This is somebody, based on her background, who had significant experience in psychology, which I think matters. John, John, are you still on the phone? John had a phone call, so he disappeared for a while. I don't know if he's still there or not. John, are you still there? No, he might still be on the phone.
Yeah, she probably didn't have a budget. So, when I went through my divorce and I got the quack eval, I think it was $4,000 or $5,000. I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny said do the work and bill.
Oh, these people get paid big money. Some of them, the one in St. Louis who never met with the subject, he got $30,000 for each evaluation. That's a lot of money.
The amount of money that changes hands is obscene.
It is obscene. I like you're saying, Amber is playing shrink with the posing, note-taking, hand on chin, and it's hilarious. One of the things that you're going to hear this doctor talk about, people with her personality disorders do mimic and mirror in order to create a sense of camaraderie. So that is interesting. She is kind of doing that. Let's keep going.
And examination, testing interchangeably, they all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources. One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
People with disabilities probably can't use your website.
It's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? and you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have?
Yeah, she's a
Did they have
very
any trouble
engaging
keeping those
witness.
friendships?
She's
When you
great.
get into
She's
adulthood,
a great
did they
witness.
go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of
So
some of the
she's there.
main
She's
symptoms
very
you might see.
thorough. I'm trying to get to the
And
part where
any
she's
kind
going
of
to talk
distress they
about
may be
Amber.
having.
Disorders that you identify.
Here we go.
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
All right, council, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess? Okay, ladies.
Okay, for those of you just getting here, obviously we're watching some tape from yesterday with the doctor who says she diagnosed Amber Heard with histrionic disorder and borderline personality disorder, and just getting to some of that of how it's done with the forensic interviews, and also she does talk about ethics. Sean, you want to talk a little bit about ethics of this?
Yeah, she goes into a nice discussion about how there's a big difference between a forensic provider and a treating provider.
Mm-hmm.
And she has one of the best descriptions I've ever seen of it. And for people who particularly have to go through this process, they frequently misinterpret the relationship that they've got with a forensic provider, and they think of it as the same sort of relationship they would have with their own shrink or their own doctor. And they don't realize that the duties and obligations flow the wrong way. So, for instance, she was hired to do a forensic evaluation of Amber. Nothing that Amber told her was covered by the doctor-patient privilege. Nothing. Her evaluation of Amber was for exactly that purpose. At some point, she's asked a question about evaluation and treatment, and she launches into the discussion about how that's completely unethical, that you cannot both forensically evaluate someone, right, for the purpose of producing a report and then also treat them. Now, if you go in and you see your provider and your actual medical provider and you say, here I am for treatment, of course they're going to be evaluating you, but they're evaluating you for the inherent purpose of treating you, and they're going to believe that they've got an obligation
to believe you. Yeah.
believe what
I
you
do
say.
see a problem here, though, because I have instances and cases that I've reported on, that I've covered, where they, like, for instance, there's the case in Washington where you are, that you've been kind of aware of, with the children in the case who are resistant to seeing their mother, who abandoned them for 10 years. In that case, the guardian ad litem continually tried to get their own therapist, the children's therapist, off the case, saying that the children's therapist couldn't be relied on, even though she was the treating therapist, and she seemed to be one of the only people who could say, to the judge, here's how the children think and feel, because the judge wouldn't listen to the children. So
Yeah, that's right. That goes right to the heart of that ethical problem, right? Because if when you go in and you see a therapist, there's an aspect of trust. You're going to tell them the truth for the purpose of getting better. If you then find out that what you've told them is then going to be turned around and used against you, because potentially they're going to testify, in a meeting against you, that destroys the trust relationship that you need to have in order to get better. And in this shrink's case, of course, none of that existed. She was there for the sole purpose of trying to figure out what's going on with Amber, what problems Amber has, and She wouldn't treat her. If Amber were to show up at this woman's office again and say, "Please help me," she would literally have to say to her, "I can't help you because I provided an evaluation of you, and that relationship is very different from the therapeutic relationship." But when she gets on the stand, I mean, when she talks about that, she provides one of the most succinct and best explanations of it I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, here's some more where she gets into the actual issues of the diagnosis that she has made on Amber. This is pretty interesting. I turn on the volume.
I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated. So they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping.
Okay, again, for those of you in the chat who are just coming in, no, this is yesterday's testimony. The court is on a lunch break right now, and so we're going over some of the testimony from yesterday. Sean, one of the things that you just mentioned to me in the private chat was how hard this must have been for Amber to sit through and listen to her her problems being broadcast to the world, and I recognize that fully. Recognize it fully.
Yeah, let's take a second and just acknowledge something, right? Amber Heard is mentally ill. She has a mental health issue. She has two very serious mental health issues. She has borderline personality disorder and she has histrionic personality disorder. Those are both very serious mental health issues. She's also probably, got, depression. And I think the shrink also diagnosed her as having PTSD. So that's 4 mental
No,
health
she
issues.
said she did not. She was over exaggerating her PTSD symptoms, and she did not have PTSD, but she does believe she has borderline personality and histrionic,
Oh.
and so and possibly some trauma from childhood.
Right.
So there's multiple things, and yes, this is
Yeah.
someone who has serious mental health issues,
Serious
and
mental health
yeah.
issues, right? And she has, and let's also remember, that she probably truly genuinely loved, Johnny, and they probably genuinely loved each other, and their worlds have come apart, and she's suffering through an enormous amount of psychological trauma. Now, it certainly appears that she's brought it on herself, but she is a human being, and
Yeah.
and what
This
she
is
is.
very hard for her to hear in court in front of everyone. But I this is one of those very hard lessons though that you learn. You don't make false accusations if you don't want to end up in front of a courtroom having everything in your life laid out bare for the world to see, including your text messages, your emails, your doctor's reports. This is what can happen when you make false allegations.
But the really weird part about this is the really weird part about borderline personality disorder is that she may genuinely believe some of the things that she said, and even though she has clearly done things that are wrong, she may in her own mind justify those things as being okay. That's part of what happens with borderline personality disorders. These people often really truly believe that the ends justify the means. And they will do things that other people will go and say, that's outrageous, like lie about domestic violence, like, put makeup
It's
on.
the attention seeking part of it.
Right.
Stephanie in the comments says the intersection between mental health and criminal behavior is a common problem. It's sad, and yet we can't have people out there hurting other people. That's correct. But it is good though to recognize that this is a serious mental health crisis. It's a problem, and we have to be careful with the amount of name calling that we do, and because this is someone who has not only 2 mental disorders, but she isn't getting any therapy for it, and this doctor will testify later that medication does not help for either BPD or histrionic disorder. And so this is something that requires intensive therapy for the rest of her life, which is obviously something she is not really getting. So it's very sad. It's a very sad case.
It's horrible, right? I mean, what she has done is horrible and inexcusable, but she's also a human being, and she deserves a certain amount of empathy and sympathy.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Stephanie says, I would add that the intersection between mental health problems and self-medication by way of drug abuse and alcoholism is also a common problem. And the testimony has shown that Amber was not only drinking regularly and heavily, but also taking MDMA, ecstasy. That's what the witnesses said. And so those things will compound a mental health issue. And of course, a lot of it is self-medicating. I'm not here to judge anybody on their drug use, including Johnny or Amber on drug or alcohol use. That's not what this is about. And certainly, many people struggle with substance abuse problems, and it is partially because of the sad state of our mental health system. We don't have really good help.
What mental health system?
Right. Exactly. We don't have one. There is no help. I have, look, in so many of my cases where I have spoken, where I've investigated, where children have mental health disorders, their parents contact me with horror stories about being bounced from one ER to the next, from one medical institution to the next, with no proper diagnosis, with no proper health care. And these kids are at serious risk. It is not surprising that a person, even with Amber's wealth, that she has not gotten help, because there isn't good help for people who have mental disorders. It is a very scary thing. And I've seen it affect families in very negative ways.
And there's also no there's no cultural support for it. I mean, it's getting a little bit better, right? There's not the shame attached to the idea that when someone will come out and say that I see a therapist or I'm addressing some of these issues, but there's, culturally we don't value addressing your mental health very well. And then it's sure as hell, if you have mental health issues that you are dealing with, and then you wind up in the disaster that is the family court system. And in essence, this is an extension of the family court system, right? Then all of that winds up getting turned around and used against you. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Stephanie's got a good comment here. She says, I think indulging people like Amber by letting them get away with behavior like screaming at waitstaff and or feeding their princess delusions is a very bad idea. Placating people acting like that only makes them worse. They have to be confronted, and yet confronting it often causes violent backlashes. That's true, but it is also like an intervention almost, this process. Maybe she will get the help that she needs after being faced with not only this direct confrontation, but the social media aspect of the public responding to saying, Amber, this is a problem. We see that we are all seeing that you have this problem. Please get some help. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to help her or not. I hope it does, because I do believe, I feel empathy towards her. I also am upset with her for using the women's movement, the Me Too movement, for latching onto that and cynically launching her career from it, knowing that she was telling these lies. We have a couple of people in the chat room who are on Team Amber and who say that Johnny is an abuser and the evidence is on the tapes. I don't know what tapes you're listening to, but the tapes that I have heard have been I've heard a frustrated man who's trying to keep his cool, trying to talk to a woman who is not making any sense, and he's failing. I don't hear him abusing her. I hear him lose his temper occasionally, call her a few names, but I hear she's the one who's manipulating, keeping him where he doesn't want to be, forcing him to respond to her when he doesn't want to, physically hurting him, causing him to bleed uncontrollably. These are not things that I'm hearing in the reverse. Are you, Sean? Are you hearing evidence that Johnny Depp is an abuser?
Well, to be fair, I'm not it's not like I've done a deep dive into this case, and she hasn't testified yet. I've listened to the some of the recordings on YouTube, and I've seen some of that, but we haven't seen her put on her case yet. So I don't know what evidence she's going to put forward to try and prove this.
Right. Yeah, we don't. The defense is still putting on their case, and we don't have, the plaintiff is putting on his case, and we don't have Amber's evidence. However, this case has been already tried in several, in the other defamation case that was done in London. So much of, I think all of the evidence and all of the witnesses have already been on record. I don't think we're going to get anything surprising that we haven't already seen, but you're right. We don't know what they're going to put on. Although Amber has never shied away from trying this case in the public and from putting out her tapes that she believes are good for her. It was really the tapes that weren't good for her that came out several years later that made everyone go, hold on a minute.
Right. And this is the plaintiff's right now. It's the plaintiff's, meaning Johnny's case, and he's putting it on and putting the evidence that he thinks, supports the fact that she, essentially his argument has been, no, I'm not the domestic violence abuser. She is. So he's been putting forward his evidence to show that. I'm going to be really interested to see what evidence she puts forward. And then I'm going to be interested to see, because this is unusual, because although it happens in defamation cases, if you look at this case as an extension of the chaos in the family court system, right? This is a case that has a jury, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the jury determines that, because that's 12 people whose job it's going to be to look at that evidence. And a lot of people don't know this, is they're going to have to convince 10. So it's not a simple majority. It's not going to be 7 people. It's going to be 10.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
they need to have a unanimous
Well, not unanimous. They need to have. They need. So Johnny is suing Amber, and Amber's countersuing.
countersuing. Yeah.
Okay, so so they're both gonna put forward their cases, right? So, but they're gonna put together a whole bunch of jury verdict forms, literally a whole bunch of forms that say, did was this a truthful statement? Did Johnny defame her? You can actually go look these forms up, on Virginia's websites, just by looking for the jury instruction forms. But anyway, in order to reach a determination of what's going to happen, they're gonna have to convince 10 out of the 12 jurors. They're going to vote in the jury room, and they're going to vote on these decisions in these special verdict forms, and they've got to have 10 votes in favor one way or the other. So,
all right, so it looks like the court is coming back into session. I'll make sure I have the volume turned up so that we can hear it when it comes on. So it looks like lunchtime is over, and we'll be coming back in here again. I don't know if I hope we don't have to sit through any more of the police testimony, because my God, there's only so many questions about her makeup I can take from this woman. Some of the commenters are asking, did she yell at a waitress? Because we were making comments about staff. Apparently, in one of the psychological reports from her treating psychologist, the notes said that Amber had a situation with a service person where that service person did something to upset her, and instead of making a big deal out of it, she said nothing, which was which the therapist and Amber viewed as progress. And so this is something that Amber struggles with, not lashing out at service people, which is terrible. But they're
borderline trait. That's a
yeah.
borderline trait.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's-
And that's something people struggle with. And it's something that, especially after a pandemic, we all need to tell ourselves that the service industry and people who work in it have carried the biggest burden of all of this. So tip very well and don't complain. But people with borderline personality disorder apparently don't have the ability to rein that in, or at least have to work very hard to do so. And
Megan appears frozen. Yes, Megan's frozen. Am I frozen? Huh. If I'm not frozen, can somebody say something in a comment? Wow. Okay. It looks like that Megan's dropped out, and suddenly I'm in the show all by myself. And yeah. Okay, Megan's frozen. I am not. Megan just dropped. All right. Well, okay. So I don't know what to say. I guess I can read a comment, and I guess I can carry the shoulder for her. Let's see here. What were we talking about? We were talking about that. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about that. So Stephanie had a comment. How about slapping her friend in the face? She needs lots of help with impulse control. So I guess what I'll do here is I'll talk for a moment here. So my personal experience is that I believe my former spouse has borderline personality disorder. So I believe that I've dealt with a lot of these sorts of issues as well. And my experience was that Stephanie is absolutely right that people with this mental health issue do need lots of help with impulse control. They're often, it's like their fuse is super short. And from what we've seen so far, hey, well, I suddenly carried the load for you.
I'm like, I was in the chat, like, keep it going, keep it going. I got kicked off. I don't know why. And our stream, we lost our stream too. So let me, I can't believe the stream is still here though. How did that even work? My whole computer shut down. I think the FBI shut my computer down. I've never seen that happen before, but good job. Good work. Keeping the stream going.
I'm like, okay, suddenly I'm the host of Megan's channel.
You just roll with it. Just roll with it. All right, here we go.
Roll with it.
We don't have sound yet. Apparently they're still talking to the judge about whatever.
Right, they're probably getting ready. So
yeah.
But so to finish this line that I was doing while you were gone is that Stephanie brought up the comment about people with BPD have difficulty with impulse control and reactions.
Right.
Right. So, in many respects, they go from, 0 to 100, in, a second flat. And the people who are left dealing with them are like, wait a minute, how did you just suddenly escalate to this super high place? That can also explain a lot of the sort of things that Johnny talks about. It's the way
we heard that in the tape of her going from 0 to 100 with the stop pushing me, where nothing was happening. She was just saying, he was saying, I need to leave now. I need to go. Stop pushing me. Stop throwing me up against a wall. Like literally that was not happening. She was just using it as an analogy, but she started screaming. That impulse control thing is a big problem. It's sad to watch this unfold.
Right, because she's mentally ill.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have to be careful. People need to be out there, need to be careful to do a better job picking your life mate. And I'm not saying that people with mental disorders don't deserve love and happiness, because they do. But if you know that your loved one is struggling with a mental disorder, you have to make sure it's under control. I mean, this is something that you need to work on. You need to be in therapy for, or seeking some kind of solution, and not feeding into one another in this unhealthy, I mean, just listening to the tapes of them arguing gives me anxiety. I feel it through the tape, of not being able to escape, not being able to. Yeah.
Emotions are contagious.
Yeah.
But that's a really difficult thing to do, because like I was saying, when you were gone, I believe that my ex-wife, has BPD, and my experiences with what I experienced with her really closely dovetail, what Johnny went through. And, and at some point I realized that there was a real issue, but getting her to understand there was an issue, getting her to identify it, getting her to want to address it and get better, I resoundingly failed at that. I think that that's an incredibly difficult thing to do, particularly for people who are BPD, because their vision on reality is slightly shifted. When you say to them, I think you've got a mental health issue that you need to take seriously, that's the response is, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Projectionism. Right.
Yeah. She doesn't seem like, it didn't seem like she was the kind of person you were going to get anywhere with in the argument. Like the doctor said, it goes in a circular pattern, and you just get exhausted by it. And so there's nowhere to go from there. And yeah, she's not admitting she has a problem. I've seen a lot of people making comments on these videos saying, "Hey, I have BPD or I have this other disorder and I am controlling it. I'm working. I don't abuse my loved ones. I'm not It's not an excuse." And I appreciate the people who are saying that. People who are very self-aware who can say, "Okay, I have this thing." Like I have ADHD. I have ADD. So I know I have this issue. I'm totally open about it. I confront it. I know I have it. I have to sometimes explain to people, "I'm very sorry I didn't show up for that thing." Because I have a problem, like my brain doesn't work properly. I have medication for it. Sometimes I don't take it, and I should. It's a whole thing, and you do have to be open and honest about it because you have to confront it. There's nothing worse than someone who has a problem but will not acknowledge it and instead blames other people for what's happening with her.
Right, and that's what the shrink said about Amber, right?
Yeah.
Externalization of blame, self-righteousness, judgmental of others, right? Projectionism, all of those things are just hallmark BPD, techniques. But what's something that's really interesting too is
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but Blah says very disappointing trip to the supermarket. Couldn't find any vodka with a handle on it. I threw another bottle of vodka at the staff and weirdly I didn't get what I wanted. I'm enjoying those comments. I really am. Yes, it's very upsetting and surprising when violence doesn't get us what we want.
Oh yeah, yeah. So well, but these people they often, they use anger as a tool to get what they want.
Sean, you know about this. Tina wants to know, does anyone know more about the histrionic personality disorder? I know you know a little bit about this.
Yeah, so there's actually a really great book by a guy named Bill Eadie, and he wrote a book called Splitting, Protecting Yourself While Divorcing Someone with Borderline Personality or Narcissistic Personality Disorder. And he describes in detail, a lot of the things that happening, in sort of the Depp, her divorce and all of that. And he also describes histrionic personality disorder. The way I describe it is these are the people who are the drama queens and the drama magnets. They're not happy unless they've got a drama in their life, and they attract dramas to themselves. So we've all met these people.
Mm-hmm.
And Amber, she's been diagnosed with it, and hell, look, she's made herself into the center of attention in one of the biggest stages of drama you possibly can.
Right. This is true. This televised, court battle. It doesn't get much more dramatic than this, where people are sitting here watching a live stream for 3.5 hours now. We have been going for 3 hours and 26 minutes, and you're still here. You're all still here. In fact, the audience is just growing and growing. The interest in this has really gone through the roof.
And think about the amount of money that's being spent, here, right? So, you've got how long is this trial projected to take? 2-3 weeks, something like that, right? How much money?
6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's probably the amount of money that's been spent just getting to this point, and they probably, I don't even want to know. I mean, it's insane. And particularly if Johnny is paying these lawyers on an hourly rate, it's mind boggling. That would actually be a really interesting thing to discuss, is the sort of like, where's the money going to come from? Right.
Yeah.
Presuming one of these
Right,
people,
because didn't he lose 600 million and she got 7 million in the divorce, but she says she donated it all. And where is the money coming from?
right? I mean, so the question is like, so some insurance policies will pay for defamation. But I mean, of course, I don't run in this sort of world, but I'm not aware of, an insurance company that's going to write a $50 or $100 million insurance policy that's going to cover defamation and slander. So
Yeah, $100 million. By the way, I threw a poll into the chat. Who is winning, Johnny, Amber, or the lawyers? Go and vote now. or see
Right.
what we come up with. A lot of people have said there are no winners in this as far as Johnny or Amber. Neither one can win. I kind of disagree with that. And the reason I do is because Johnny has lost everything, according to his own testimony. He has said multiple times, I've lost everything. So to him, his reputation, his movie franchises, the character of Captain Jack Sparrow that he created, that he wrote, he lost all of those things. And so for him, he can't lose any more. In fact, there's he only has upward to go from here. And I kind of agree with him on that, because the country, the people did not get to hear his side of this story. Everyone has been listening to Amber's side of this since she came out as an alleged victim of domestic violence. And I think that Johnny does win, even if he loses this case, because he will be able, I think he's already regained his reputation. I think that it's very clear when you're watching these live streams, in the comments, how people feel about Johnny and how they feel about Amber, and the tide has really turned against her, I think. And so I think that's why he's doing it. I don't think he expects to win. I don't think he expects to win this defamation case. I think he expects to win back public approval.
Yeah, and I kind of felt really kind of bad about it yesterday. I just signed an online petition to have Amber removed from Aquaman.
Yes, I would love for them to remove her post filming and like replace her with either maybe a CGI effect, just like they had to do with Johnny's finger in Pirates. When his finger was in the cast like this, and they had to CGI a normal hand in. I think they should do that for her. Just turn her into like an animal of some kind, like a dolphin figure.
You know what I really hope happens? What I really hope happens is that she comes to grips with the fact that she's got serious mental health issues, and that she has lied, and that she has done a lot of damage, and that the culture really examines that as a systemic institutional problem. And she's able to put her life back together and move forward, and that our culture gets better because of it. That's my hope, but I don't.
Well, if she was smart and being a person who is attracted to attention, she could get a lot of attention by, after this, apologizing for her behavior and acknowledging that she has borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, and becoming a spokesperson for how to get therapy and treatment for these things. She could do that. She could actually very much help the mental health community by putting her face behind, hey, let's destigmatize these things, and I'm going to get help, and I'm going to help others get help as well. These days, borderline personality disorder, which is more prevalent in women, also hurts young women very much, because these young teenagers who are experiencing suicidal ideation because of these disorders. And the help, like I said before, for them is absolutely horrific. It doesn't exist. It's not there. There was actually a very high profile case, a murder case here in New York, in Utica, where, I don't know if you remember this, but Bianca Devins was a young teenager who had borderline personality disorder. She had been hospitalized several times, and she ended up being murdered by a friend who was also had his own issues. But that story was it didn't need to happen, what happened to her. And part of the problem was that the mental health institutions that were there to help couldn't provide that, and didn't provide it until it was too late. And so these are things that are very serious, and our society really should be paying more attention to borderline personality disorder. And she could do that. Stephanie says she won't do that because that means that she has to admit she was wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
And she won't do that. And she could also, really help the domestic violence world by, acknowledging both that, false accusations happen, and that, men are victims of domestic violence too. She could even come out and, presuming that she believes some of the stuff that she's done, she could even come out and say that some false accusations happen because they're based and grounded in mental health issues, and that our society needs to take that much more seriously. I doubt that any of that's going to happen. I'm actually a little bit worried for her, because the amount of sort of public, the court of public opinion can be ruthless, and there can be an enormous amount of bullying, and just because you're a movie star doesn't mean that you're immune. She could lose.
Well,
this.
also she should block people who are, that she sees as harassing. And I think people need to understand, when you're a public figure, also you're open to criticism, and we live in a place with free speech, and she's open to criticism, and she should just block anything she doesn't want to hear and not whine about it. But you're right. It's going to be an immense amount of pressure. And for someone who has those disorders, it's probably going to be even worse. The comments are asking about the libel case in London. Yes, Johnny lost his libel case, but he didn't sue Amber. He sued the Sun. He sued the publications. And when you sue the publications, you have to overcome a lot of journalistic arguments, right, about what they have a right to print.
Are we ready for the jury?
And that was too hard for him to overcome, which is probably why he didn't sue the Washington Post in this case, because he would have to overcome all the First Amendment issues. And it was probably easier and more strategic to go after her, which he has not done before, as far as I know. Am I right there, Sean?
Yes to all of those things, and I think you're right. He hasn't sued her before. Yeah, and remember that defamation and libel law works based partly upon who the person you're speaking about is. Are they a public figure about a public issue?
And of course, the UK is going to become totally different than American courts, which Stephanie pointed out. Thank you, Stephanie. That's true.
Are they a private individual about a private issue? Right.
And because these are both public individuals, any defamation is going to have to prove actual malice, which I think in this case, I think you could prove it. I mean, I really do. I mean,
which is the most difficult thing for a plaintiff.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Yeah.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
I'll be back. I'm not leaving. I'm just going to take a bathroom break.
A number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and at some point switch over to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name, just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I.
So it appears that what they're doing here is that they're testifying by deposition. So I'm a practicing attorney, and what you do is, if you've got a witness that you think that you're not going to actually be able to
for the
put
record,
physically on the stand,
business address if you
you
don't work on that.
take their deposition,
Christian Carino,
you audio or video
work
record it,
address is 2000
and
Avenue Stars in Century City.
then you can play that in lieu
that
of
is
the
in
testimony.
California.
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
He's a what?
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts.
So,
and my work
one of the
background
very
is I've been
first
at
things you do
CA
when
for
you take a
approximately
deposition
16
is you ask
years, and
sort of
before that,
foundational questions about
I had
who the opponent is.
12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
Their education, their experience. Part of that, what you're doing is you're establishing their expertise.
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
So this is about establishing who he is,
when
what his
you
relationship
say
is.
in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different
It's a really
genres
stupid-looking
of
hat.
Entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
So this is about establishing who he is and what he
Means-
does.
It means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and studios, talent and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency. And for each person, it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases, I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases,
That hat is like the
I'm
personification of
transacting
people who go to the
an
Chateau
agreement
Marmont.
for an artist to have a relationship with a brand.
It's
In
true.
some cases, it's
Looks like a
an
Hollywood
artist
character, doesn't he?
Yeah.
a platform
And,
like
and I get the feeling
Netflix.
that everybody who's testifying in this thing really doesn't want to be there.
Expands the
Well, yeah,
general
who would want to be there?
platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
One that I can recall.
And when was that?
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed
This guy
to
is a
Mr.
talent
Waldman
agent for those
that
of you
the
just
sooner the
joining us.
litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly, it is at a minimum a distraction to that person's career. And in a lot of cases, it negatively
That noise
impacts
is coming from him.
that person
There's
because
some sort
there's
of
attention
construction
drawn
noise
to
going on
them
behind him.
that it is outside of what people want to know about that person.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
That's true. It's not good for the reputation.
Because that's just not what they want to know or hear news about people.
And why do you believe that?
Based on my experience in this world for the past 16 years.
That's a great answer. Because he's talking
And
about his
when you
expertise.
say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that
How can
they
I say
look up
this
to
again?
are in litigation.
Objection. Asked and answered. Don't let her ask it
Do you
again.
also believe that that impacts
I was
career
late though.
decisions by producers, directors, companies,
They don't want
brands,
to, Johnny's
things of that
attorneys
nature?
don't want to over object because it'll make them look like assholes.
In what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to
Hipster hat
are
dude, already in need
litigation.
of an upper.
And when the more oxygen it takes up,
I hear Amber might have
in
some.
the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities.
Yes.
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall
Hearsay?
exactly what he said, but something to
Call Mr. Waldman.
something like,
Yeah, that's hearsay.
we're gonna get this over
Something
with as fast
like
as we can.
speculation.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked.
Oh, this is
as
one of those
Carino
depositions that was
Exhibit
taped
Number
previously.
4.
Yeah, it's a video
Do
perpetuation.
you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you
Maybe
what
if she
has been
asks in
marked
another
as
language, she will get the answer she needs.
Carino Deposition Exhibit Number
In a
5.
deposition, it's often
As you
a
can see here, it's an
strategy to
article,
simply just let the
June
witness talk.
21st,
And
2017.
and if you read the
The
rules,
Hollywood
technically you're
Gossip.
not supposed to object
Do
like
you
you would
recall
object.
that coming up during that time frame, that issue? Have you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
You live
Yes.
under a rock
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to
Sahara
take
Desert.
a look.
Oh, wait a minute.
at
Even
what
they've
has
heard
been
of the Rolling
marked
Stones.
as Carino Deposition Exhibit Number 2, and it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this
We
article
understand, Audrey.
in the Rolling Stone,
Thanks for
June
hanging in there.
2018, that's reflected in Carino Exhibit Number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question.
That was a
without
great
research.
answer.
Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino Exhibit Number 3. This is an article that was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
You had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
Too much glass
I think
around
in
for
all
that.
cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me.
Imagine
to
the destruction.
Find out what the payment schedule was.
That's a horrible place to conduct
Other
it.
than these
It's almost as
occasions
bad as
when
the
Ed White
inside
would
of
reach
some
out
guy's
to you
car.
ask when payment, time of payment, did you have any other?
While he's
connection or
going through
communication
the
with
drive-through.
Right.
Johnny Depp?
Unbelievable.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
He's so bored. He's falling asleep in front of us.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Oh, that was a
Well,
good
was it more
answer.
than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, I'm guessing that.
And then she's going to go more than 20, more than 30,
probably less
more than
10 in
40.
total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note
A note.
that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Your
Do
Honor, I
you
want
have
that
a
note.
recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yeah, that's what you'll do. Anything that the witness brings to a deposition, you have a discovery
Yes.
right to.
Right.
My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were.
I agree.
in regard
This
to,
attorney is insufferable.
getting Johnny and Jake to meet and
Please do not
work
have
out
seizures
whatever
because of the mirrors and the
issues were,
reflections. Look away from the
around
screen.
disagreement.
Hey, I'll be right back, Megan.
Go ahead.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Correct.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And this is a
I can't believe we've been here
lawsuit
for
that was
almost 4
filed on
hours.
October 17,
I have gotten nothing done today.
2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by
I like
Mr.
this.
Depp on his behalf?
Every
against
time you're in a
Bloom,
conversation with
Kodak,
anyone, anything you disagree with, objection, hearsay.
etc.
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
I said no, Elaine.
Do you recall whether there was?
I said no,
publicity
Elaine.
surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint that's Carino number 7?
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Good point.
Yes.
Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what
You
has been marked
continue
as
to read it
deposition exhibit
correctly.
number 10. And in this particular one, we have, this is the
Fiji
article
Water is
that
getting a free advertisement right now.
written in the Sun Times
Brought to you by Fiji.
that was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27th.
Saw that.
2000.
Nick Ricada calls her the cat lady.
You see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there, but it was filed on June 13, 2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the news group, Newspapers Limited, who owns The Sun, and then Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This is published in
He
the
looks like he's
Washington
experiencing
Post
thoughts of self-harm.
on December 18, 2018. Were you aware?
Does that tattoo
of
say "Love
this
yourself"? Something.
op-ed?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked
First.
you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this
First,
lawsuit
love yourself
that's
first.
reflected in
Love yourself first.
exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career.
There's an
You
inappropriate
asked
joke there, but
what
I'm
did
trying
you
to get
mean
better.
It is his right hand, isn't it?
There isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a
Can't believe you
document
said that, Megan. Unbelievable. I
been a
can't
long-
take you anywhere.
It's been a long
without
day, Sean.
specific research conducted in exactly that case.
Her voice
The
is
same as
boring.
in the facts that you, because
Yeah.
you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other.
Bursting with
impossible to answer the
laughter
question.
when the cam cut to his hand burying
I'll show you
deeper
what
and
it
deeper
was.
on his face.
Carino number 14.
With every camera cut, he's like, it's worse.
This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed
Falling
against
asleep.
Ms. Heard. Do you believe
Hello,
that
Joe
the
Fox.
filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No,
And why not?
No one knows, Amanda. No one knows.
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit. It's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today.
They could use this
that
method on ISIS.
what you're asking?
I'll tell you anything if you make this line of questioning stop.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
Has, in your opinion,
Fact.
has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
Of course they.
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation
cut
has
from Fantastic Beasts
changed in terms of
Yeah, it's
his being
demonstrable that he
viewed
suffered.
as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his
Do you understand
generation.
what the
That
lawyer's trying to
has
do
been
right
his
now?
reputation since you started
You know
representing
why she's
him
getting
in
this
October
testimony?
2016.
Why?
Because
It
this
still
goes to
is today,
damages.
and it hasn't changed.
She's
during
trying to
correct?
show, she's
The view on
positioning
his
her
acting
case on the
ability
theory that she already sort of knows that Amber, that the jury will
I'm
likely
taking
come
your
along and
definition
say that Amber
of
defamed him.
reputation and said what
But
they are known
if he
for.
wasn't harmed by it, if he
Well,
doesn't have
taking
damages
that
from it, he doesn't have
specific
nothing.
definition, and
So
I'm
that's what
asking,
she's
is
trying
there
to do.
anything other
She's
than
basically trying to
that
create the
Mr. Depp
argument that
is one of the
says,
finest
you know,
actors of his generation
for what she defamed
that he
him,
is
you know,
known for,
he's still
that
this
has
great movie
changed
star. He's
between
Yeah,
still one of the
October
prove that
2016
he
and the
suffered.
present.
prove
I
that
don't
he
think it's going to
suffered
be
harm.
hard to prove, though. He got fired.
The only way I
Yeah,
can
he got
answer that
fired.
is as it relates to his professional
It's going to be hard to
capabilities.
overcome that with a jury.
That
But
has
that's
not
what she's
changed.
trying to do.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capability?
We all feel like this, Lilia.
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of
I like how he
reputation,
uses her first name.
which
I don't
is
know how
what
to answer that,
the person
Elaine.
is known for. Is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for
I'll be back. Now I have to get a
that
snack.
has
You've made me
changed
hungry.
between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Yeah, but that doesn't go to the damages that he may or may not have suffered.
Do you make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
That's a good question on her part.
Yes.
And what is that distinction?
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
A shroud of mystery.
2016.
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change?
It's a little too early for me, but feel free
Yes.
for the mega pint.
And in what way did it
I'm
change?
going with Diet Coke.
I love that one where the attorney says, you're at this party, you were drinking really heavily. What he says, were you
Changed with
there?
the exposure of that came with the.
I also liked when he said, isn't happy hour all the time?
It's a happy hour anytime.
Anytime?
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we already taken a look at.
I will mute myself so you don't have to hear me chewing.
4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15. No, I mean 14.
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No,
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over a period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation, no longer a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations
I'd rather hear chewing
would
than
have
this
had the
line of
most dramatic
questioning.
impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean, the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
No, I didn't get one
I
of
don't
Dr.
know
Mommy's
exactly
muffins.
how or when they were made public.
Peanuts and cheese.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr.
Is she suggesting
Depp's,
This is plaintiff's
that
witness,
accusation? Yeah. Is she
That's the-
suggesting that
and we were
accusations would
talking about
not,
her accusations
of
domestic
abuse would
abuse
not
and violence,
impact
correct?
him negatively? I mean,
Yes.
holy shit.
Were
No,
you
I
aware
think that,
the
yeah, and I think
judge
this is like a moment when you ask a question in a
published in the
deposition that you
Sun
shouldn't have asked,
included specific
right?
accusations?
She's asked him,
by
you know,
Amber
Right.
would this
Heard of
negatively
domestic
affect his
violence
reputation?
and
He
abuse.
basically gives an answer that says yes.
The Sun case, is that what you're asking?
Right.
about?
Yeah. Well,
And I
not
think
first
he's
the
right.
article
Divorce
itself
wouldn't have hurt
that
him.
was in the paper.
But
Divorce
the
wouldn't-
accusations of
Why it
of
did
abuse,
Roland
yes.
Right.
genuinely happened about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
He is drinking.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included
He's drinking a beer, I think.
accusations by
It might
Amber
be a root
Heard
beer,
of domestic violence,
but it looks like a beer.
by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that
Chug.
the op-ed by Dan Wooten and the Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber
This
Heard?
attorney is giving us all drinking problems.
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan?
This should be
Wooten?
interesting.
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of the claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Okay.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
Is this Johnny's agent?
Is there any other
I
role
guess.
or business
But
opportunity
why wouldn't he be
that
aware of
Mr.
these
Depp
opportunities that he
has
lost?
lost?
If this is his agent, but I don't think this
You
is his agent. I think this,
in October 2016.
the
He's-
representing agent.
He's a talent agent, but I don't know if
I
they
would say
determine that he's
is,
Johnny's agent or not.
um,
But it sounded like
I
he
would say
is.
yes.
What?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Finally, he finally knows
Do you remember
one.
which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why, what is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
Gonna need liquid courage for this
My
answer.
opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
when you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with Studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at Studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017?
Sean, take this question for later.
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
Nick, the answer is
with Jack Wiggum. I spoke
no.
with
He does have to answer
Brian Lord.
everything.
What
If it's
do you
constantly
recall Jerry
repetitive,
Bruckheimer
he could say
saying?
something like, I think I've already answered this. The defending attorney
I don't recall the specific
could
conversation,
object.
but the nature of it was that the
As
studio
repetitive.
was
But technically in a
having
deposition, the witness has to answer the questions asked.
He just said that the studio was having difficulty employing him
Did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you
because of the
why
allegations.
studio was
Bruckheimer
having
told him that.
difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
No, not specifically, but it was
She's
understood.
asked questions that are somewhat hurtful to her own client.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is?
No studio head is going to say out
The
loud,
people who
we
would have
cannot
been
hire
involved
him
in
because of the bad press.
making that decision.
They're just going to say, we're having
If I'm
trouble
understanding
with
you
this.
correctly,
Right.
And everybody knows what that means.
the only
That's
person
right.
that
They're just going to
did
pass you up and
you spoke
hire
with
somebody
about
else.
pirates,
Yeah, they're not going to open themselves up
and
to a
employing
lawsuit.
Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
Right, and you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the
We're
other
still all on
discussions
the
that we
defense
had,
witnesses. These are all
those were
witnesses for
all
the
with
defense, for
executives
those
of
of you in the chat
CAA,
room.
They are. They're all defense
with Brian
witnesses.
Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
We have
No
not
one
gotten
else.
plaintiffs' witnesses yet.
Not that I
I'm
can
sorry.
recall, no.
Reverse that. These are all plaintiffs' witnesses. Defense has not put on their case yet.
You had
These are all
indicated
Johnny's witnesses,
that
but they're
you
being
believe that
interrogated by Elaine.
everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
So Tanya and Nick, you've asked a couple of questions in
Again,
the
it was understood. So
chat.
I don't recall whether
this is a
either
deposition.
of us ever
So in a
said
deposition,
anything specific.
you're
about
allowed to
why,
ask both
but
open-ended questions,
it is
leading
something within
questions
the
as
industry
well.
that is understood.
Can you tell
Which you
me
can't do at
whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I mean.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney?
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The same.
Disney making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
Same thing.
Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm sure he's not the only actor that is late to the
Do you
set.
know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including
I wish he had
Bailey
said Mr.
and
Depp didn't
others
injure his finger.
on the project about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree.
Yes.
What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, I wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirates 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wiggum.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which.
Okay. Maybe time for afternoon.
Good
Sure, why
point,
don't we? It's
Stephanie.
close enough to it.
He had
So,
reasons for
all right,
being
before we
late.
get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
Okay, 15-minute break. Man, I'll tell you what, Sean, this stuff goes on for so long. These trials go on for so long. The sitting, they've got to be hurting. I'm hurting. I'm sitting in my chair as long as I've been sitting here. You're muted, Sean. Let's take you off mute.
Yeah, your ass turns to cauliflower.
Yeah, it's just this is just awful.
Yeah, it sucks.
Especially when we have to listen to Elaine repeat the same question over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, at least we know why she's doing it now, right?
Yeah, I mean, right. She's going to try and make the case that he was fired for bad behavior, that he lost his job, he lost the franchise because he was late or he was drinking or he was this or that. But from what I'm hearing about Johnny and how he lives his life, he's drinking all the time. He's a functional alcoholic. So that, I don't know. Good luck. I don't know how that's going to work.
And isn't he playing a character on a pirate
who's
movie
drunk all the time?
Drunk,
yeah,
right?
Drinking mega pints.
Mega pints, right? Yeah.
Look, I agree with the commenters who say if they make another Pirates movie without Johnny Depp, I know I'm not watching it. I don't know. He's the only draw to those movies. In fact, I'm actually shocked that there's 5 of them. How did we get 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yeah.
The first one was really good, but after that, I couldn't even tell you what the other four were about.
Yeah. I mean, me too. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch Aquaman. I'm not gonna watch,
Mm-mm.
you know, the new Fantastic Beasts movie until it's free for me to do it.
Right.
Really. I'm not gonna give them any of my money. All right. When it shows up on, you know, Netflix or something else that I'm already paying for, okay, maybe, but shows up at my local Goodwill, you know, but I'm not gonna give them any money. And I think that's a real problem for the studios now, is that, you know, I think that they sort of jumped on the mob mentality and you know, didn't reserve judgment, fired this guy, right? And, you know, and on this on the popular zeitgeist of believe women, and now here we are 6 years later, right? And they're all getting, these studio heads are getting caught with their pants down, right? About, you know, we picked the wrong horse, and yeah, that's a problem.
And it also, okay, just a few months ago, the Sex and the City reboot and Just Like That came out, and in the middle of it, allegations against Chris Noth, who is in that show.
Who's that one?
He plays Mr. Big.
Oh, okay, got it.
The allegations against him that he sexually assaulted some women. I think there were 4 or 5 women who came forward and said it happened like 20 years ago. They fired him immediately. And again, I think they're risking the same thing, which is none of those women took him to court. None of them took him to any civil action, didn't have to present any evidence, simply just told their truth to a newspaper. And now I'm not suggesting that they're lying. I have no idea. I have no idea if they're telling the truth or not. He denies it. They say it happened. And we have no idea because we have no evidence. There's no testimony. There's no witness statements. There's nothing except for one woman's sister who said, yeah, she told me when it happened. Again, that's really not a whole lot of evidence. So
especially for something that happened 20 years ago.
But you can absolutely, because of this Me Too panic, you can ruin a guy's life with one 20-year-old allegation, 2 20-year-old allegations. Now, I don't know if those women gained anything from that. I haven't seen them in the press or anything. It doesn't look like they're, you know, touring or doing anything like that, like anything like what Amber Heard has been doing, speaking at, you know, L'Oreal engagements, etc. But it's a very scary time for anyone who in this business, and it almost feels like revenge. And I just think these companies ought to be more careful. I think they ought to require some evidence before firing people who might be innocent. Joanne says, I'm for boycotting Disney completely. I've been on that bandwagon since the Zoom meeting leaked that showed that they are going to be jam-packing queer theory into children's cartoons. I am 100% against that, so I'm all for boycotting Disney anyway. They're super woke and they need to get unwoke before they get my support again. I get a little thrill out of going to their stock page and checking out how far Disney has fallen today, because their stock has been sliding for a solid month since they came out against the anti-grooming bill in Florida, and now they're shoving woke politics into children's cartoons. So yeah, boycott Disney. They suck.
You know, I'll just say I don't know anything about any of this stuff because I avoid the news.
That's a better way to live your life, Sean. It really is.
I mean, I literally don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you probably don't want to know, because I know how you feel.
Right?
I know how you feel about children, and what Disney is doing is severely dangerous to children. So it just doesn't make any sense, especially considering they're a company that prides themselves on being a family company, but they're just injecting all their woke politics into children's cartoons, making the Muppet Babies transgender and stuff. It's just insane.
And, you know, the screwed up thing is that, you know, again, I'm your liberal Democrat friend or moderate Democrat friend. I agree with some of the woke stuff, what's called the woke stuff, right? I mean, I kind of agree. I agree that people should be able to be who they are and they should be able to be open about it, right? But I also don't think that, we should be, jamming that down anyone's throat. But the other part of it is I'm just really kind of tired of companies and unions and artificial entities, right, acting like they've got, the same powers of speech as everyone else. I would just love these people to just shut up and get out of politics.
Yeah, why
All of
can't they stay neutral? I
all
I
of them.
I believe
mean, all of them.
corporations have a right to be politically active when it comes to issues that affect them directly. So if there's some sort of legislation out there that's going to affect their bottom line,
Relates to business.
relates to their business, then it makes all the sense in the world and they have every right to lobby and whatever. But when they are injecting themselves into the people's business, the business that has nothing to do with them, just these culture war issues and politics, like stay out of it. It's like Michael Jordan always said, Republicans buy shoes too. He was the smartest man alive back then, and people need to listen to him. The half the country doesn't agree with this woke shit. So just stay out of the woke business in general and just do your business.
The funny thing is I would, even though I'm the liberal here, right? I would actually go further than that. I would say that I don't even want companies to participate in the political process when it's about things that actually affect them. Kind of like us.
Right. I hate the lobbyists and everything too. They have so much money, involved.
Lobbyists, I think should go away. I mean, I just think that, if you went back, 250 years and you talk to American and French intellectuals that were behind the whole thought process that gave birth to both of those revolutions and the idea of, free expression and freedom of speech. And then you said, well, in 200 years from now, there will be these massive companies that, earn billions of dollars and they will have the same freedom of speech as the average person standing in the town square. Plus, they've got billions of dollars behind them, so the value of that speech, vastly magnifies.
Right, it matters more.
What any individual says. I think they would all of these French, intellectuals, Robespierre, Franklin, all of the founders, they would all go, well, no, that's a disaster. We can't allow that to happen. I mean, if it were up to me,
I agree.
I would just say, don't let. If a minister wants to talk about a political issue from the pulpit, fine. If if a union leader wants to talk to their union membership about a political issue, fine, right? But pouring money into politics, taking stance in public about political issues, it's kind of like, no, that's the people's business. Just stay the hell out of it.
Yeah, maybe part of this started with the problem started with referring to corporations as people, because I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm not sure I agree. I mean, I know it's a complex issue, but I'm not sure I agree. And I do think the money in politics is a big problem. It always has been. And how do you avoid being bought off by these companies like Google and big tech? They've got their billions, they're paying everybody off. So you don't have anybody representing the people who will actually represent our interests against big tech because they're all being paid by big tech. And how could we compete with that? How?
Right. Like, the Bill of Rights, remember, the ties between the United States and France on these issues are incredibly tight, right? All of the founders were, educated in, these intellects. So the Bill of, the U.S. Bill of Rights and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man are, remarkably similar. And they're all really aimed at individuals. Can you imagine the idea that a corporation should get to vote?
Yeah, no.
Right. Well,
No.
if a corporation has the exact same, free speech rights as you and me, right? Do they get the right to free expression of religion? Do they get the right to bear arms? Do they get the right to vote in the public? None of this stuff makes any sense unless you say, well, these rights that we talked about really only apply to individuals.
Yeah, no, I agree. It should.
And if the founders wanted if the founders of either of these revolutions wanted these rights to, apply to corporations, they certainly could have done that. Ruger, the gun manufacturer, they're one of the oldest corporations in the world. They've been around since like 16 something or other.
Sure.
Right. So it's not like the founders didn't know what a corporation was. It's not like they didn't know what a company was. Right.
It's a really good point, Sean. It's a really good point. It is. It's a good point.
Right.
They inject so much confusion into the process, and now it starts to feel like the people are against the corporations. The corporations have turned against the people. Disney has turned on its own customers, its own base of customers, in order to appease some kind of wokeism, leftism that almost everybody hates, including people on the left. I mean, I know that you don't like the obnoxious wokeism baloney of forcing people to use certain neo pronouns that don't, like fish self. No one agrees with this. No one believes in coerced speech. No one believes in compelled speech. Not people who care about freedom anyway.
Yeah, I'm just just stay out. Just get the hell out.
Yeah, but they're using their immense wealth and power, like you said, in order to affect all this political change, and it's garbage. All right, listen. Here's what I'm thinking. So I don't think when they come back, they're probably only going to have 3. There might be an hour and a half left, but my kids are about to get off the bus, so I'm going to call it a day. And thank you for hanging out with me. This was fun, and I didn't even give you a heads up ahead of time. I hope I didn't take up your entire day. I hope you still can get some work done.
It's only 12:30 in Seattle.
Oh, that's true. It's early for you. It's late for me. So I got to get going because I got to start dinner. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And I'm going to come back and do this again. Not every day, but maybe when there's some more exciting testimony. Today was a slog. Today sucked. Frankly, I didn't learn anything. Did you?
I don't know. I don't know. Beats me. I got to spend some time with you. I learned something about BPD.
That's true. And it was nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, so this was good. So I'll send you a link again when I do this again. Maybe you can pop on with me.
All right. Okay.
All right, everybody. Take care. And if you want to watch the rest of the live stream, you can find it live streaming on YouTube on Ricada Law, or you can find it on Court TV. It's pretty much everywhere. There's probably about an hour and a half left. It's just going to serve me right that I'm going to kill the live stream, and then they're going to bring somebody really exciting to the stand. But I doubt that's going to happen. I doubt it. All right, everybody. Take care. See you soon.
Bye, Megan.